only to her training as she was going to school for nursing and that she would bring to the job, but also something that she brought in her everyday dealings. Certainly, everyone agree. I mean, no one deserves to die, but everyone agrees that this was one of the very last people who deserved such a horrible and violent ending as what she encountered there in Athens. And it's really a shock to the whole community in Athens. UGA is a big college. A lot of people send their sons and daughters there and expect that they'll be safe there, that they'll be looked after. And certainly after this murder, it shocked the community, and there's been efforts to beef up security and really do a better job looking after Georgia's young people. But when you have bad actors, there's only so much you can do.
What's the peeping Tom charge about? The defense wanted that handled separately.
Yeah, so on February 22nd, Ibarra is accused of going to a residence on the UGA campus where he allegedly peeped through a window. Authorities say that he spied on a university staff member, that according to the indictment. Ibarra's defense team tried to have the peeping Tom charge removed to this case and tried separately, but prosecutors argue that these two incidents are really intertwined. Prosecutors want to show that this guy was a stalker, that he was a menace, and so the judge ultimately sided with the prosecution, and so this will be something, the peeping Tom allegation is something that will be brought up in trial when the judge hears the whole case.
Was this supposed to have been a crime of opportunity? He just happened to, see a young woman jogging and thought, this is my chance? Or there's no sense that he was, stalking her for any length of time, right?
Yeah, authorities say this was a crime of opportunity. The victim and the defendant did not know each other, that she just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. This has really sent shockwaves throughout the running community because she was jogging at the time that she was attacked. She was an avid runner, and people in the running community, and I think every right-minded person would agree with that women should feel safe when they go out for a jog, and this attack made so many of them feel unsafe. It's horrible that you feel that if you're going to go out for a run that you have to bring a friend along or someone for security, but sadly this is something that has just sent shockwaves throughout the running community, and people would like to change society and crime in general so that people can feel safe running, particularly women. But this case has really made a lot of people scared.
I suppose a judge and not a jury deciding the case will speed it up, theoretically?
Yeah, in theory, it will speed up things a lot. And even if the trial is presented at the same pace that it would be before a jury, you don't have deliberations. Yes, the judge will take it under advisement, go into chambers, think about it, maybe go home, think on it. But the judge will most likely make a ruling faster than what you would expect from a jury, just because you don't have 12 people having to agree on the same verdict. It's just one person reaching a verdict.
Fox News senior correspondent based in Atlanta, Georgia, Jonathan Sterry. Jonathan, thanks.
My pleasure.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years. When I have customers come in and ask for something for memory, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed I could think more clearly. Memory was so much better. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
In a clinical study, Prevagen was shown to improve memory in subgroups of individuals who were cognitively normal or mildly impaired. Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Football season is in full swing, but are you making your picks with Sleeper? Just pick more or less in these two player stats, and you can win up to 100 times your money. For a limited time, Sleeper has a special offer for new users. Your first deposit will be matched 100% up to $1,500 in credit. Just download the Sleeper app today and use code MONDAY, and your first deposit up to $1,500 will be matched in credit. That's code MONDAY. Must be at least 18 years old in most states and in state where it is legal. Promo code, location, and other restrictions apply. See terms of use for details at sleeper.com. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-426-2537 for help. Sponsored by Sleeper, a Blitz product.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
More difficulties for the SS United States. It won't move down south this week as scheduled. Delco issues a 30-day burn ban because of the dryness from our historic drought. And the Sixers drop their first in-season tourney game at home to the Knicks. Embiid struggles in his return, but Paul George is a season-high 29 with 10 boards.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more. It's that time of year again to consider replacing your old drafty windows and doors before another long, cold winter season rolls in. And my good friends at Guida Door and Window will help make your window and door replacement project more affordable with their buy one, get one half off sale. For every door and window you buy, you'll get the second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, Guida is making it easier to afford your project with no money down and interest-free financing for up to 18 months. Act now. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, G-U-I-D-A.com.
Attention PHT listeners. The Bush Auto Group is bringing you, the listener of this station, exclusive year-end savings. Visit bushautogroup.com/save. That's bushautogroup.com/SAVE to unlock these special limited time offers. If you're searching for the perfect new or pre-owned vehicle, now is the time to act. These offers are insane. Head to bushautogroup.com/save and grab your exclusive year-end offers today. Philly rides with us.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
There's a chill in the air. You flip on the heat, and nothing. And why does it always happen right after you've finally gotten cozy? For as little as $13 a month, Oliver will keep your home's heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical systems in check year-round. And guess what? Membership also comes with yearly inspections, exclusive discounts on repairs and replacements, plus priority emergency service.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212. If you're experiencing low energy, brain fog, or bloating, then your body might need a detox. Active Liver from New Nordic makes it easy to help your liver detox your body all year long without major changes to your diet or lifestyle.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Grubhub could soon have a new owner. The Wall Street Journal reports Wonder, a food delivery startup founded by a former Walmart executive, is in talks to buy its better-known competitor. Wonder started out focusing on operating mobile kitchens from a fleet of trucks, but last year it switched strategies and started opening brick-and-mortar locations. Wonder also owns meal kit company Blue Apron. Any deal is likely to value Grubhub under $1 billion. Lunchables are being taken off the menu at the nation's schools. According to the Wall Street Journal, Kraft Heinz says it is not offering the food kits to schools this year after a one-year tryout. The company re-engineered its turkey and cheese and pizza Lunchables to comply with federal guidelines and then pitched them as a way to reduce labor costs. But company officials say demand was not what they'd hoped, but they also say they may one day revisit the decision. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text STREAK to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text STREAK to 42424. That's STREAK to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities. So it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
The holidays mean more travel, more shopping, and more personal info in more places that could expose you more to identity theft. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second. If your identity's stolen, their U.S.-based restoration specialists will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or financial losses alone. Get more holiday fun and less holiday worry with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code CLAY. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Ike Reese. These days, everything in Philly costs more. But a single line at Verizon doesn't. Get one line for as low as $50 per month when you switch and bring your phone. So, while coffee is definitely costing more, here at Verizon, you can save. And dinner for two has gotten pricey. Verizon, less pricey. Logan Square rent, that's not coming down anytime soon. But Verizon, down. One line for just $50 a month. Limited edition sneakers, through the roof. One line from Verizon, through the floor. That designer golden doodle, so much more, but Verizon, a fair bit less. Even a good old tried and true hamburger will cost you more. But with Verizon, the same tried and true service is now just $50 per month for a single line on unlimited welcome. With auto pay plus taxes and fees. Point is, in a world that is always costing more, you can get more for less right now at a Philly Verizon store.
$15 promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G, 4G, LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I mean, at the end of the day, you're being taxed. You're being taxed. All government spending is taxation. So whether it's direct taxation or all government spending, it either becomes inflation or it's direct taxation. Your money is being wasted, and the Department of Government Efficiency is going to fix that. We're going to get the government off your back and out of your pocketbook. And America's just not just going to be great. America is going to reach heights that it has never seen before. The future is going to be amazing.
Translation.
Go yourself.
Yes, welcome in. It is indeed Kayal and Company, and away we go on this Wednesday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You can get us live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210. That's the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT, and, of course, in the YouTube chat at youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. Oh, what a midweek hump day edition of Kayal and Company we have for you today. Dawn, did you turn down a cabinet position? Because I was approached, and I said, look, I can't take the pay cut. I got to be honest. I turned it down.
Yeah, I said thank you so much, but not for nothing. Got to pick up the boys from high school and whatnot.
Right.
So, other duties call.
Right. White House press secretary is now down to you and Elena Haba. I think you guys should fight over it, to be honest.
No,
Gregory,
she'll be great.
How are you, buddy?
Good. Look. If we can go through these bureaucratic positions and cut unwanted, unneeded jobs, let's do it. Let's do it.
Yes.
Every company does that.
That's right. I actually think if the bosses came to me and said, Nick, we want you to head up the Department of Odyssey Radio Efficiency, I'd be great at it.
I think you would.
I'd just walk down the hall. I could just look at somebody's cubicle. What's this guy make? Get him out. I guarantee a waste of time, waste of money, waste of space.
How many days a week are they here?
I mean, let me guess. Remote, gone. We'll shed prices quicker than Walmart. It's unbelievable.
Yeah,
Wait, is Greg going to be a brand like a White House brand manager or America's brand manager?
Yes. I took this radio station to the heights it's never been to before. I can do the same thing with the White House. Thank you.
Or you could you could be like the anti-bureaucracy brand manager.
Oh yeah, I hate.
How about that?
Yeah. I'm here to take bullets for all of you guys from the bureaucrats.
That's right.
So I can do that the same way at the White House. I'd be happy to.
Stalker
My
is
services are not cheap, though.
our plexiglass shield.
Exactly.
There you go.
Look, this is a good. This is, in my opinion, these guys run companies. They're billionaires. They know how to cut waste.
Yes.
To save themselves a buck or their companies a buck.
Yep.
So why not do that with the government?
I agree.
I'm all for this.
I agree. The Department of Government Efficiency. So it's DOGE. Now here's the question, because we're all going to get this wrong until somebody confirms how you say it.
What?
Is it dog? Is it Dodge? Is it Dogie? How do we say DOGE? How do we pronounce that?
Doge.
No,
Doge.
tell him Dogie.
Dogie.
I just want to hear
Teach me
him
how
say
to Dogie.
I don't know why. I'm sorry.
I mean, they've already printed up T-shirts.
It's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah, you could say awesome.
Well, they're not as cool as the Kayal Company shirt.
I could say tacky.
All right.
Yeah?
Maybe we'll make Jimmy Matthews wear one of those as well.
Oh, yes. By the way, thank you for all you early risers out here. On Monday, Jimmy Matthews is paying off a bet. He's one of our great listeners. He's usually on the YouTube chat. He will be running up the Art Museum steps in his boxer shorts, carrying, I believe, a 1210 WPHT flag, Kayal Company flag. I'm not sure what we're still designing it. Talk about efficiency. We don't have a ton here. It's like, well, I got to do stuff, and it's going to take. I got to get a print, and okay.
We're out of ink.
I gave you till Monday. Okay. Monday.
Gave it a deadline.
Yeah.
I like it. All right. We got a lot of good stuff to get to today. A big take on the media's collapse following the election. We're going to look at what's going on across the landscape of media post-election, post-Trump victory, and how the writing was actually on the wall. We'll get to that in just a little bit. And then, yes, we will break down the Trump administration as more moves have been made. Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, Pete Hegseth. I guess maybe Will Cain and Brian Kilmeade turned down the opportunity. I'm just kidding.
What happened to Tulsi?
She's still out there. Tulsi's out there. Bobby's out there.
Remember, RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard are on there. They lead the transition team.
Yeah, that's right.
They're doing the hiring.
Mm-hmm. So everybody's
I
there.
thought Linda McMahon led the transition team.
There's a lot of people. Maybe Elon and Vivek need to trim down the Trump transition.
I was just going to say that. Maybe they need to start with that. God.
So we'll break it all down. We'll give you all the people that have an official position, those that are doing work, and those that are still technically, I guess, on the market. And we'll have some fun with that as well. But before we get to all of that, on top of the cut sheet, on top of Tony Bruno, on top of our World War II veteran spotlight, we get to the news. Round number one at 6:06. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal Company News Live, sponsored by Piazza Auto Group. This Wednesday morning, November 13th, a brisk, chilly morning with the breeze still blowing. We'll tell you how warm it won't get in the news. The Center City apartment complex evacuated after flames broke out. We have multiple fires and hazmat situations we're talking about this morning. So we know that the smoke was pouring out of Adelphia House Apartments, 1200 block of Chestnut Street, started on in a fourth floor apartment, according to the fire officials there. One resident was rushed to the hospital, suffered smoke inhalation, and this morning is in serious but stable condition. So it took crews about an hour and a half to get this thing under control. That cause still under investigation. Red Cross helping out those who are displaced, and fire crews still checking for any structural damage. We also had a huge fire destroying an apartment building. This is Pine Hill, New Jersey. So the first call came in around 6 p.m. last night for flames showing from that second floor balcony at the Mansion Apartments. This is on West Branch Avenue in Camden County. So the police chief there says about 16 units were just destroyed, and nearly 30 people are displaced as a result of that fire. Sadly, 5 police officers as well as a firefighter were rushed to the hospital to be treated for smoke inhalation. So, this is very serious, obviously, with the heavy smoke conditions and the wind. The wind is a factor. That's why we've talked about all of these wildfires going on across the country, across the region, but especially in New Jersey. But in these first two cases, we're talking about apartment buildings. So it looks like no residents injured, but they're looking into obviously investigating the cause.
You know, we're doing World War II veterans, and we do our veteran spotlight. We do a ton with police, obviously, families behind the badge. I'd like to do a Kayal Company Firefighter Appreciation Week.
Yeah.
We got to carve out a week throughout the year to start doing that. Get to the next level of our heroes out there.
I love it. That's a great idea.
I'm going to send that down to the boys down the hallway when they come in.
Well, speaking of which, in Montgomery County, we have reports that 5 people, including a firefighter, are hospitalized after a hazmat incident was reported. So rescue crews, those first responders, were called to the unit block of Amy Court. This is North Wales, Pennsylvania, for reports of people who were starting to get sick and fall ill. Fire officials say that there was a very strong chemical odor that was later ID'd as ammonia. And so this was being used as part of a cleaning solution for power washing. And obviously a spill happened. 4 residents, the firefighter involved, taken to the hospital, and they are expected to survive that. So these are not life-threatening injuries, but obviously a serious situation there. And just a reminder that today is the big day when former President Donald J. Trump makes a big return. Some are calling it a victor's return to Washington, D.C. to meet with President Joe Biden. And before he meets with Biden, he will meet with GOP lawmakers. In particular, there was a news conference yesterday with House Speaker Mike Johnson. So Johnson, I don't know if he realized during the news conference that he broke this news, but that President-elect Trump, will actually meet with House GOP members prior to the meeting with Biden.
Very interesting. I'm sure we'll have some details developing throughout the day.
Yes.
All right. That's going to be an interesting little so technically this would be his first time back since January of 2021, right? He's not, stepped foot on the property since, right?
Yeah, especially the Oval. I mean, they're meeting in the Oval Office.
Yeah.
So yeah. So Trump, planned to meet with Biden. Then yesterday we learned that he would meet with GOP leaders in the House. They're holding that so-called secret vote to pick a Senate Majority Leader, and he's going to meet with the House. I don't know if he's going to meet with those in the Senate before meeting with Biden.
Oh yeah.
But then in the Senate, remember, there's the secretive vote that we've been talking a lot about today. So that we've got that going on. I don't know. Maybe they could come up with a new department to help our Philadelphia 76ers. How's Joel Embiid's? I know, big
the hell
debut.
was that last night?
I don't know.
He was back. His debut.
Blue court.
What was up with that court?
Phil, I was asking Phil. He's like, "Yeah, it's the NBA Cup. It's this little sham operation they run in the middle of the season or the beginning of the season to drum up interest in the regular season." I'm like, "You want to drum up interest? Trim off 25% of these meaningless games."
Look at you. This is your theme.
Cut. Yeah.
It's just a waste.
It is.
So the final score was 109-99 in Embiid's debut for the season. He looked a little bit rusty.
A little bit.
Paul George
against the Knicks.
Yeah, 25 points, I think. 26 points. Something like that.
I watched about the first half of the first quarter. Then my retinas started to melt from staring at the television.
Yeah, that was not a pleasant watching experience.
I was getting text, and I guess somebody saw my tweet about how awful the court was, and my buddy was there. And he said it's not as bad on the eyes in person.
It was just the TV.
As it is on television.
I can see that.
Yeah.
So against the Knicks, they beat us 109-99. Embiid afterwards did say that he was pleased with his progress health-wise.
Did he choke Marcus Hayes?
Did he? What?
I'm just wondering if he assaulted any reporters, that wrote something about him that he didn't like.
Well,
Remember that story we had a couple of weeks ago?
They should
not
speak about his
family,
deceased family members,
I got
or
it.
his child.
Yeah.
Bet you they won't do that again.
Yeah, probably not.
Let's talk about your forecast. It is brisk.
It is
36 degrees. Whoo!
Frost on the car this
yes,
morning.
Yes, a little frosty.
Yeah.
So 52 degrees is the high today. It won't really feel like 52 despite the bright sunshine because of this brisk breeze. Tomorrow, much of the same as far as 52 degrees, but we don't have the sunshine tomorrow. So it'll feel even, tomorrow's kind of raw, might have some drizzle tomorrow, no rain of any substance. Friday, we start a nice little warm-up, though, for Friday. 58 degrees, partly sunny skies. I'll point out to you that starting Thursday, those overnight lows are in the mid-40s. So just, again, tonight, covering your tender vegetation, as we say. The weekend, Saturday and Sunday, we're looking at 63 degrees for both days. Saturday is the sunnier day, although Sunday looks like a partly sunny day. And we are sponsored, as I say, Piazza Auto Group sponsoring our sports news, our weather. Get the Honda of your dreams during Happy Honda Days with financing as low as 0.9% APR on those select new models like the capable Ridgeline. Visit Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Online, piazzahonda.com. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring our first edition Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:14 on Wednesday. Let's get to a midweek Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it is brought to you by Wawa, the Big Take, media, politics, and the shift of power. Adapt or perish. That is evolution. And that seems to be one of the reasons why the legacy media landscape continues to narrow and narrow as people in America seek alternate sources of news, information, and entertainment. And that is certainly true within the realm of politics and how Americans seek truth, specifically during an election year. The 2024 election taught us many things, but maybe nothing bigger than how quickly we've come to realize that mainstream media's influence has eroded before our very eyes. Now, they'll still generate revenue. Their talking heads on TV will still make elitist 1% salaries, but they are nothing more than background noise at this point, largely seen and heard now in the form of clips that go viral on social media or played back on thriving shows and thriving stations like Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and Kayal and Company. Politico with a fascinating story on voting trends and media consumption. The headline, quote, an overlooked and increasingly important clue to how people vote, where they get their news from. In a shocking result, it is Democrats that appear to consume old media far more than Republicans, which signifies just another shift in the political realignment of America. According to NBC News, 70% of Joe Biden voters get their news from the newspaper, compared to just 21% of Donald Trump's voters. National network news, Biden voters, 55%, Trump voters, 35%. YouTube and Google, surprisingly, 55% for Trump voters to just 39% for Biden voters. And with social media, it's relatively close, with Republicans at 46% to Democrats at 42%. And when it comes to left-wing news television, it has been a post-election bloodbath. MSNBC seeing a ratings collapse since last Tuesday. Stephanie Ruhle down 67%. Joy Reid down 55%. Alex Wagner down 54%. Ari Melber down 50%. Chris Hayes down 47%. Morning Joe down 40%. Andrea Mitchell also down 40%. And why is this happening? Well, it could be cyclical. Post-election, the results are in. The next newsworthy event for the left might be Trump's inauguration on January 20th, or it could also be due to the fact that the playbook has gone stale. Bash Trump, and when in doubt, bash Trump. Well, he won. So what exactly are you bashing? You going to bash the American voters again? We saw how that turned out for you. And he'll be around for another 4 years. Joy Reid, the commander of hot takes and cold ratings, continues to garner more attention on social media than she actually does in the demographics that her employer likely covets. And she had this embarrassing interview just a day ago. Listen and watch.
Do you recommend, just from a psychological standpoint, being around them? We got the holidays coming up.
So I love that you asked this question because, there is a push, I think just a societal norm that if somebody is your family, that they are entitled to your time. And I think the answer is absolutely not. So if you are going into a situation where you have family members, where you have close friends who have voted in ways that are against you, like what you said, against your livelihood, and it's completely fine to not be around those people and to tell them why, to say, I have a problem with the way that you voted because it went against my very livelihood and I'm not going to be around you this holiday. I need to take some space for me. And I actually talked to, adults as well as advising parents for children. I mean, I think, I don't think that you should force children. I don't think you should force adults to be around people just because they're your family. I think there's a level of, need to establish boundaries. And if you feel like you need to establish boundaries with people, whether they're your family or not, I think you should very much be entitled to do so. And I think it may be essential for your mental health.
Imagine bringing on a psychiatrist to talk about your family and mental health and talk about how to handle the holidays with your uncle who voted for Trump and thinking that's good television. And what's with the me time and this I need to reflect and handle your own mental health? All because what? An election didn't go your way? These people have serious issues. And it's not getting any better for the left-wingers over at CNN, a network that has crashed and burned since Trump left office and lost all credibility from a journalistic standpoint, on top of the fact that their personalities have zero charisma and zero entertainment value. Big news coming down yesterday that CNN will, quote, axe their top stars in a layoff that'll see hundreds of firings as ratings continue to tank. According to a news report from Puck, Chris Wallace leaving after 3 years. He leaves voluntarily, making $7 million a year, and he's going to go do a podcast. I mean, nobody consumed him on television. I have no idea why anybody will listen to a Chris Wallace podcast, and I literally didn't even know that Chris Wallace was still around. Jake Tapper, Wolf Blitzer have been denied raises, and looming salaries like Anderson Cooper's $20 million per year, Aaron Burnett's $6 million per year, and Caitlin Collins' $3 million per year are being looked at as well. But this goes beyond just news on television. It also includes the late night shows. Now, one guy on CNN who has stolen the show lately as the counter voice is Republican Scott Jennings. You probably have seen him on the panel with Abby Phillips late on the weeknights. And he went off on late night hosts like Jimmy Kimmel for crying on television over election results and not being funny, but rather being a political activist. Listen and watch this.
Mar's the only one who kind of came out of
Mar gets it. The rest of these people have become pathetic. I mean, they stopped being comedians and they started becoming political activists. I mean, Jimmy Kimmel out here crying. I mean, it's pathetic. And so my question is, if you're going to have a late night comedy show, at some point, people might expect it to be funny and not just a constant political screed against one party. And I don't know that this activism for 4 more years is sustainable. If you're going to market something as comedy, but the actual product is nothing more than sort of lowbrow political activism.
This is what the television elitists don't understand. They're not funny. They are also so left-wing and biased that it's a major turnoff and a major tune-out for many Americans in this country. And Semaphore lays it out perfectly with the headline, A Tale of Two Jets. The old media grapples with its new limits. They write, Trump's victory isn't a result of a failure by news outlets to sufficiently hold him accountable. The real answer is one that is a lot more uncomfortable to grapple with. The national news media is more limited in its reach and influence than ever in the modern era. Bingo. They absolutely nail it. Hence columns like this from Politico. Headline, What Democrats Don't Understand About Joe Rogan. The future of American political engagement is barely political at all. And nothing illustrated this better during the stretch run of election season than Donald Trump doing podcasts like Joe Rogan and Theo Vaughn, while Kamala Harris was paying huge amounts of money to Oprah and Eminem. They completely misread the media landscape. Trump at 78 realized it was 2024. Kamala at 60 thought it was 2004. And therein lies the sweeping differences in the two campaigns. And it's alternative media that is thriving today. And the Washington Post, of all place, writing about it. They write, the 2024 election results make clear how much alternative forms of news have changed the game. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT may be, terrestrial radio, traditional radio on the surface, but we are a hot format right now. We've gone to streaming on an app, to broadcasting live on YouTube, to give a visual component to our presentation. And we offer alternative opinions that are miles apart from the legacy media. Conservatism on the rise, not just in America, but globally. Look at some other nations' elections in the last calendar year. And it's popular with young voters and Gen Z today. Did you see how well Trump did in Gen Z demographics? He got 44 to 49% of Gen Z in the swing states. young men especially so. And in many regards, we are the anti-establishment, the anti-authority outlet for rebellion, similar to how Gen X rebelled from forced norms in the 1980s with parents and teachers. The media landscape isn't just shifting. It is a landslide to the right in politics, and the power belongs to those who dare to speak up and dare to speak out and do it in an entertaining and relatable way. That is the secret to the sauce, and that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, Big Take this morning brought to you by Wawa. You may have heard by now that Wawa has pizza, but did you know that Wawa has pizza at a really great price? That's right. Right now, get a personal size 14 or 16-inch Wawa pizza for just $6, $8, or $10 because you got to have a Wawa. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, let it rip in the YouTube chat. We'll get everybody's thoughts on the media collapse, and the Trump administration continues to take shape, all of the positions and all of the people that have received those positions on the other side. But first, a word from my friends at DuckDuckGo, because we're all tired of big tech, right? Just got done talking about it. We're sick of Google. We're sick of Yahoo. We're sick of Microsoft and Bing, and that's why we use DuckDuckGo. And that's why I'm so proud to partner with them for a second time, because they are the best search engine going, and they are local. And they're taking your online privacy and security to the next level, which is why I have subscribed, and I hope you will as well, to Privacy Pro from DuckDuckGo. This is a 3-in-1 privacy service that's going to give you a secure VPN anytime, anywhere. That's the beauty of it. Secondly, identity theft restoration. We're all putting our information out there on the internet, and you don't want to have it stolen, and neither do I. And also personal information removal. A bunch of people that know way too much about you. It's going to blow the hackers and the scammers and the con artists' minds and blow them right out of the water. Take advantage of this special offer now, exclusively for our listeners. Just go to duckduckgo.com/1210 for a free 7-day trial offer. And once you love it, it's just $9.99 a month. Do it today and thank us later. duckduckgo.com/1210.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Purdue. Coverage starts at 3 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell Dawn sent you.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Medicare is making important changes in 2025. Independence Blue Cross can help. Our Medicare Advantage plans include premiums as low as $0, dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage. The deadline to enroll is December 7th. Visit ibxmedicare.com/radio. Independence Blue Cross offers PPO, HMO, POS, and HMO Medicare Advantage plans with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Independence Blue Cross PPO, HMO, POS, and HMO Medicare Advantage plans depends on contract renewal.
Designers, excavators, engineers, architects, listen up.
What are you doing? We're working here.
If you want to save time, effort, and money on your next underground utility project, start using Pennsylvania One Call System's Coordinate PA application. Coordinate PA is the next generation of utility coordination that allows you to easily transfer and manage your complex projects from start to finish, all the way from the designer to the excavator. Be prepared for your next underground utility project with Coordinate PA.
Makes sense.
Visit pa1call.org to learn more.
What do you call the NordVPN Black Friday deal, huh? The Block Friday deal. Because you block online threats. Black Friday, Block Friday. Get it? It's hilarious. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal and block online threats now. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic. Its Threat Protection Pro tool will defend you against web trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the special Black Friday deal at NordVPN.com and enjoy safer internet daily. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
Woohoo! Another girls' night out.
I'm so stressed from shopping, I couldn't find anything.
Have you tried shopping jewelry television, JTV?
I don't know. Everyone in my family is so different.
JTV has thousands of jewelry styles, artisan, diamonds, pearls, colored gemstones, watches, even gift sets. I shop on TV and online.
New JTV customers save up to $40 when you shop jtv.com/radio.
Now, can you relax?
Yes. Another round?
Yes.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Just an old-fashioned love song playing on the radio, and wrapped around the music is the sound of someone promising they'll never go.
I promise I'll never go, folks. I will never leave. It's Kayal and Company. As we continue, Nick, Dawn, and Greg live on this Wednesday morning. You heard our man Jimmy Fallon bringing us back there with the rejoiner. And you can join him tonight for Politics and Pints with Rich Zioli.
The
Media PA, right?
Delco. We're coming to Delco. Media Theater, Media PA. It's a great venue. Last time I was there was like 20 years ago, I think. We did an event there, and it was fantastic. So I'm excited to do stuff again with the Media Theater. I think there might be a few tickets left, but you should definitely get on it if you haven't done it yet. 1210WPHT.com. It's all there.
There you go. 855-839-1210. We'll get to the Trump transition. All of these positions in his administration being filled. What does it signify? What does it mean? What do we like? What do we have questions about? All of that coming up here in just a couple of minutes. But I really thought yesterday with this, before all these Trump administration moves started to come down in the evening hours, the media landscape is just fascinating right now because MSNBC is in crash and burn mode post-election. What it signifies, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what their ratings were like 4 years ago around Thanksgiving into the Christmas weeks and month or how it was in 2016. But those numbers can't be making executives happy. And then you have CNN that looks like they are just ready to completely purge and shed salaries. I can't believe that Anderson Cooper is making $20 million a year. It's just staggering to me. I would guess Caitlin Collins at $3 million a year. With her salary and her age, I would assume she's probably safe because she's young, and they'll flip her around, give her a different time slot, maybe keep her in the. But like I think Anderson Cooper he might as well just start looking for his next endeavor because $20 million a year with almost no ratings, he's going to get zapped in my opinion. Some of these numbers are bad for them too. So the ratings for both CNN and MSNBC has seen a 23% decline year over year, and CNN is sitting at a 40% decline year over year. I remember, and we talk about this, I don't know, maybe once a month on this show when these networks' ratings come out. And I remember back in the summer, we were talking about CNN had hit maybe an all-time low, the lowest they had been since 1991 or 1992. But what I thought was interesting in Politico, the Washington Post, and a couple of the other sources that I cited in the Big Take, have you noticed the transition? I mean, think about if this doesn't, illustrate where the Republican Party is today versus what the Republican Party used to be years and years ago. It's the Democrats that read newspapers, that watch cable news. Republicans are going to alternative sources. I was told that Republicans were the old fuddy-dud party. It's a totally different party under Trump, and I think media consumption illustrates that more than anything. Dawn, your takeaways from where the media is, the meltdowns, the collapses, and maybe the changing of the landscape, so to speak?
Well, I think the media has, even Fox News is down slightly. So I would say that the so-called mainstream media has proved that it is irrelevant. They are irrelevant. Look at the last election. And so if you look at the influencers, they are the Joe Rogans, they are, Elon Musk, but all of these different influencers. And, you mentioned Anderson Cooper. I would submit to you that they have invested in him in promotion. He's still one of the most popular people and most recognizable people. A lot of people don't recognize many of the others. He's pretty much the face of CNN. And so as far as a long time, person who people recognize and know, so I would disagree with you. I would think that they've invested a ton in him. But
$20 million a year and then got no ratings?
No, they all have all of them.
Yeah.
All the networks. Nora from CBS.
Yeah.
She's leaving in January. So they're gonna have their own reset button because television news used to, it's like a bigger, you look at the pie and you look at how it's being cut up. And so television news used to be able to charge more because they were the only, at one point you had the big three.
Yeah.
Well, now you have 57 plus.
Are they fast track? And you would know better than me. Television news, is it on the same fast track that newspaper has been on, where the newspapers, Washington Post, Philadelphia Inquirer, they've lost hundreds of thousands of subscribers. Is it that level of panic within the industry, do you think, as far as people going to trust them for their news and information? Or is it not that point? And I know the salaries, and look, CNN, honestly, God, you could put people in there making $1 million a year, and that's an incredible life to live, making a 7-figure salary. I just feel like the days of these people like Jake Tapper commanding a raise, really? Like, dude, you're so out of touch with reality, it's not even funny.
Well, that's just it. So the big newspapers, I would say, they started dying because less and less people were buying those subscriptions. Then they saved themselves by, a lot of them would align themselves with other media outlets, with a broadcast entity, or, well, for the Inquirer, they went nonprofit, the Lenfest, foundation. So they went nonprofit. That's how they save the Inquirer. But I think part of the problem is, other than maybe the arts and gardening and cooking and some of those hobby things, and now they have, if you look at the Philadelphia Inquirer, a lot of those people with the niche type interests, they have their own podcast. They have a spinoff that they do. They're probably on Odyssey.
Yeah.
So I think it's a realignment, and that's how you have to view it. And then also think about corporations. Corporations bought up media. So we no longer have local newspapers or local television stations or really local radio stations because everything is corporate. So NBC, who are they owned by? So then you saw, I think the tip-off was when you saw, what was it, Fox News, they sold, and they, obviously the Murdochs, they loved, in past tense, news. What they want to get rid of it. It's expensive. It's not, so it used to be, if you study this stuff, and I do, because I worked in television for a long time. And so the bottom line is, it used to be that corporations, if they own TV stations, they viewed that as their public service. You know how, like, our Odyssey group will go out and clean up the park and plant trees.
Yeah.
So they really viewed that was like, it was a throwaway. And people back in the day did not make a ton of money. It wasn't like that. It was you were becoming a journalist because you believed that this was an altruistic thing, like becoming a school teacher, that you were serving society.
Yep. I also saw a story yesterday from Fox Business, and I don't know if this is true or if this is just one competitor trying to stick it to the other, that Comcast is exploring selling off MSNBC, which I find fascinating. And to bring it to Trump and to politics with the media cycle and the news, I'm really wondering how much of this, and I get it, Trump's one of one, so maybe it's not apples to apples. But think about after Trump left the White House. He was taken off of Facebook. He was taken off of Twitter. So what does he do to get his message out? He creates Truth Social, right? And in a way, Trump has circumvented the news media. He has told them they're fake, they're awful. I don't need you. You need me more than I need you, and I'll go around you to get my message out. And in that, in the last 8 or 9 years, he has basically said what a lot of us had speculated or thought or believed, that the media is the enemy of the people. Bought and paid for propaganda. They're meant to just tell you what the establishment wants you to hear. And then along the way, you've these other platforms come out, and then Trump returns the social media. Then Elon Musk buys X, and it takes a select billionaire or two, right? It takes a Donald Trump. It takes an Elon Musk. But really, like, they have taken a flamethrower to the way it's always been done. Newspaper, television, radio, like the traditional formats. And with the advancement of technology and the curiosity of Americans, and the skepticism and doubt in our politicians and our agencies and these, institutions that we have been told, like the whole thing is just going in a different direction right now. And that's really why I think there's many reasons why Kamala lost. There are many reasons why Trump won. But misreading the room on media is fascinating to me. I mentioned that in the big take. Trump's doing Theo Vaughn. He's doing Joe Rogan. He's calling Zioli on election night. And here's Kamala Harris with entertainers that even the younger entertainers that she was with, I know Megan Thee Stallion or The Stallion is new, but Eminem, he's 20 years removed. I mean, I listened to Eminem in high school. I'm 40 now. I know Eminem's like an all-time legend in the hip-hop game, and I know Beyonce was great, but they're not the peak performers of the industry today. And it feels like she was stuck in 2005, and Trump was the one that adapted to 2024, and she's 20 years younger than Trump.
But keep in mind the couple of things. Keep in mind that you mentioned Comcast locally, right? And a mega company owning NBC Universal, MSNBC, CNBC. That announcement that they made to shareholders, that was, I think, 2 weeks ago. So that has little to do with the election as far as what's happening as they look at, because it's all about how they can, make money. And so obviously everything with it changing and evolving, that's what we're seeing here. They're going toward streaming on Peacock. People are unplugging. So if they dump MSNBC, CNBC, some of those, I believe that they're saying they would still keep the traditional, let's say, NBC News Network, Today Show, all of that, and then the local stations, because those still are profitable, believe it or not. But they're going to, do the streaming. That's the profitable, margin that they're looking at.
Yeah, and CNN's trying to take that in a different direction. They basically have, it seems like they're almost punting on broadcast and going digital. Meanwhile, a station like us, we're putting up record ratings and doing streaming well and doing YouTube well. And we're bringing in people on this station that aren't necessarily lifelong conservatives or staunch Republicans. I really think right now our format, talk radio, and I know we're the number one talk station within the Odyssey company for talk radio. I think our format is hot right now. Is hot. I mean, we're beating Nick, sports stations.
But Nick, part of the reason is, think about what you're talking about, oranges and apples, and that's what they're looking at. So we don't have a huge overhead. You know what I mean? When they do a little thing called the Olympics, those sets, the on-air talent, the union, these are union crews putting together sets. It's incredible. So their overhead is something that we can't even imagine. So that's what they're looking at. They're saying Joe Rogan with a set that looks like is in his garage or his basement. I'm sure
our
it's
set's
not
better. I like our setup better than Rogan's. I'd like to have some weed, not some weed, but some alcohol in here. That'd be great.
But I'm just saying that they're looking at that saying, look at how it's because it's part of the authenticity of it, right? But Joe Rogan with a very simple setup and a microphone and no hair and makeup, literally, is raking in all these ratings, raking in all this money, and they look at this and say, we're paying all this on-air talent.
Yeah.
Talent in air quotes, and we have to pay a ton of staffers, and we still can't match the profit or the ratings that some of these people are getting. If you look at it, I know it's oranges and apples, but that's the kind of thing. If you're a business person, and then you have all the drama going on. Come on. Yeah. I mean, they make it, they're looking at this going, wow, what are we doing wrong?
Yeah. 855-839-1210. Let's get to Trump's administration on the other side. We'll start that conversation to wrap up the 6 o'clock hour, and then we'll go deeper into it in the 7 o'clock hour after Dawn's news. What do some of these selections signify? Which ones do you like? Which ones kind of came out of left field? We'll get to that as we continue. It's Kayal and Company on this Wednesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The NBA is back in FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sportsbook. Wants you to catch all the action. Right now, FanDuel is giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do is catch every tip-off and buzzer beater and place any $5 bet on the NBA to get 3 months of NBA League Pass, courtesy of FanDuel. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to make every moment more this season. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA, and 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, present in Pennsylvania. After a 3-month free trial, the full price of League Pass will be automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. Cape May is absolutely gorgeous in the fall. If you have not been to Cape May in the fall, you are missing out. You should book a stay today at my happy place that I know will become your happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. From September 29th through December 21st, the Grand is offering a fabulous fall midweek stay. Stay 2 nights, receive $100 in resort credits. Stay 3 nights, get $150 in resort credits. Stay 5 nights, get $200 in resort credits that can be used at Hemingway's for food and drink or at the gift shop. The Grand offers guest rooms, suites, and townhomes equipped with kitchenettes, and they have 2 huge heated pools, 1 outdoor, 1 indoor. The Grand is an amazing place for you and your spouse or the entire family. I'm telling you, you will not be disappointed. Always book direct with them for the best rates and to get those resort credits. Book your stay today. 800-257-8550. It's 800-257-8550 or GrandHotelCapeMay.com. My happy place. GrandHotelCapeMay.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. The holidays are almost here. Is your smile ready? Ready for all those pictures? Ready for all those holiday close-ups? Well, whether it's ready or not, those holiday pictures are coming. So if it's not ready, reach out to my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. As you know, my entire family goes to Dr. Mike. His level of care and commitment to dental excellence is simply unmatched. And if you're nervous to go see the dentist, don't be. Dr. Mike is a great guy. 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Great music playing in the office. Great staff who works there. They're terrific people. And if you need a complex dental procedure like a dental implant, Dr. Mike has been recognized among his peers as a master of dental implants for 10 consecutive years. That's right. So get that beautiful, healthy smile you deserve. And listen, my kids go to Dr. Mike. We all go to Dr. Mike. He's my dentist. People ask him all the time, does Rich really come here? Yes, he's my dentist, and Mama Zeoli discovered him for our family. So reach out to Dr. Mike today, 856-786-2020, or veneriadental.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Parks Casino. Joe Conklin hosts national comedians every other Thursday. It's Joe Conklin's Comedy Night at Parks. Show dates and tickets. Go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Mustard.
$6:49. It is Kayal and Company here on a Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Cut sheet coming up just about an hour from now. Tony Bruno, 8:30, and our World War II Veteran Spotlight coming up at 9:40 this morning. So let's begin to get into our Trump administration conversation, as lots of pieces falling into place in the evening hours last night. Right around, I think it was maybe 4:30 yesterday in the afternoon, as I was taking my girls to dance, the reports were coming out that, according to 4 sources, and I believe this is not official yet, this is not confirmed or verified, but Elena Haba, one of Trump's attorneys from some of the high-profile cases he had in New York, is going to be the White House press secretary. That is not official yet, but that is the speculation and chatter. But what is official is Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy heading up the Department of Government Efficiency, and Pete Hegseth. And Hegseth, that was the news prior to Elon and Vivek, if we're looking at it in sequential order. He is now the defense secretary, combat veteran, decorated vet in this country, who was a Fox and Friends weekend television host. For anybody that happens to watch, it's Hegseth, it's Rachel Campos Duffy, and our buddy Will Kane, who we had on the show a couple of weeks ago. And now all of a sudden, Pete Hegseth goes from television host to defense secretary. John Ratcliffe is back as director of the CIA. This is on top of Tom Homan as your borders are, Elise Stefanik, Lee Zeldin, Kristi Noem, Marco Rubio. And it tells me a couple of things. Number one, on the Pete Hegseth front for the defense secretary position, the vision to me is very clear here. There's going to be no nonsense. We have to build up our military, make our military strong again, hit our recruiting goals. I was watching some of the military pundits last night on television that if we actually got into a war with China today, that we would run out of defense industry protection against being attacked, as well as certain missiles very quickly in a escalation or a full-blown war with China. That's scary to think about, that we are that depleted and that vulnerable. And I think with Pete Hegseth, a guy that's not one of these guys that's just going to look at it from a bureaucratic standpoint, but as a guy that actually risked his life, we're going to end these pointless wars. You know, Russia, Ukraine, I think that thing is over in 3 to 6 months once Trump takes office. But then on top of it, just looking at all of them, it tells me that Trump knew he was going to win. He had his mind made up on who he trusts, who he likes, and where he's going to put certain people. And he has also allowed, I would argue, very minimal leaks. I mean, other than the Haba story. And, you know, it's interesting. The Rubio thing, I don't know. Has that officially been confirmed? I haven't seen one of the Trump-Vance letterheads that I'm holding up, if you're seeing on YouTube, that come out from Trump Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. I don't know that that's official, but for the most part, these have been released by the Trump campaign. So I would argue that probably 80 to 90% of these have been relatively tight-lipped before they became official. But I really do think that he is ready to hit the ground running. And it wouldn't surprise me if he's got this entire thing buttoned up before Thanksgiving. Dawn, your thoughts just generally on what you like, what you don't like, what you're seeing so far?
I think he's moving quickly. You know, I think that he's announced maybe 6 or 7, but he still has in the cabinet, you know, you're looking at 18 open positions. What I've noticed with the way he's doing this is that this is interesting to me. He is also naming some individuals a czar, such as Tom Homan, who we talked about yesterday. So the reason that that's different is that then if you are a czar, you're not a cabinet member.
Right.
So you don't have to do what? You don't have to be confirmed.
There's no oversight either.
But
remember when Republicans lost their minds because Van Jones was the climate czar, and they're like, nobody's going to be able to. He said no checks and balances. Yeah. I guess now we're cool with it.
That's right.
No,
no, Greg's right.
Yeah.
So the reason that they're doing that because do you think
technically the Department of Homeland Mayorkas is out. It's not Tom. By the way, so just so
everybody's out. It's a whole new cabinet.
Well, I know, but just so everybody realizes, I think people think that Tom Homan is replacing Mayorkas.
No,
Kristi Noem is Department of Homeland Security, right?
Yes.
So she will have the official
she has to be
title
confirmed
once she's confirmed. But she'll be the new Mayorkas. Homan will just have, the border czar label that Kamala Harris had.
But we've been playing the clips of Homan in the past. Do you think Homan might have a little difficulty getting confirmed before the Congress?
I don't know
that he's verbally spanked.
I don't think he could get through Odyssey Security at 2400 Market.
So I think that what they're looking at is putting people in these positions that they think, like Kristi Noem, seem very nice, at least Stefanik. So all of those individuals must be confirmed before Congress. All the others, as Greg is saying, there's no real oversight. But the important piece of this, the others, they can get right to work because if you're creating these positions. Also, he's putting in people who are policy people who can write the policy, and others who can. I'd say the policy and then the pit bull.
Yeah, yes. And people that are going to carry out his agenda. He wants peace. He wants prosperity. On this war front, one of our cut sheet contributors, Harry, just sent me the tweet from Liz Warren. Liz Warren already raising a stink about this on Twitter. She tweeted from her @SenatorWarren account, "A Fox and Friends weekend co-host is not qualified to be the Secretary of Defense. I lead the Senate Military Personnel Panel. All 3 of my brothers served in uniform. I respect every one of our service members. Donald Trump's pick will make us less safe and must be rejected." To which I would counter, how do you feel about Lloyd Austin, folks? All right, Lloyd Austin. Wasn't Lloyd Austin the cat that just disappeared for a while? Nobody could find him. He was in the hospital. We got all these wars going on, Russia, Ukraine, China, Taiwan could go off at any moment. I feel like I've been saying that for 2.5 years now. We've got Iran. We got North Korea. I don't need some of these legacy Washington elitist bureaucrats that are just lurking around for 40 years, stealing paycheck after paycheck. I look at Pete Hegseth's combat history, and do I know all of the specifics and the nuances as to what goes into being Secretary of Defense? No, I'm not going to sit here and lie and pretend that I do. But looking at his resume as a combat veteran, I feel good about having an outsider. And that's what I think all of these people hate. They hate the fact that there's outsiders coming in. Pete Hegseth, Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy. How have the insiders been doing for 50 years in this country?
But I think the Pete Hegseth pick tells me that every time we've heard Trump talk about any major developments, who made the decisions? Trump. So choosing somebody like, and Pete Hegseth is, a bright guy by all accounts and yes, served our military.
Great hair.
But, incredible TV hair. But I will say this, that I think for Trump, this is an area where he has said he trusts his generals. He is a hands-on commander-in-chief. And so the department head, the cabinet level department head, he just wants that person to be loyal. That's what that tells me. He's still, and remember, he said that he would, as far as the generals that he worked with that he liked, they will be, activated again, not the ones that, Biden is listening to. And that was something that Trump has said repeatedly. So I just think a lot of this is that he's not a hands-off guy. He's not sitting on a beach in Rehoboth or wherever in Delaware.
Yeah, you're not going to have a president that's out to lunch physically and or mentally. You're going to have a guy that, for better or worse, wants to shape it the way he wants to shape it with his vision. And we'll see how it pans out.
Yeah, but watch out, because he's somebody, if any of these people goof up or are embarrassing, you're fired.
Yeah, they could we could totally see turnover.
Should have been Tulsi Gabbard. I guess that's a bad pick.
You like Gabbard over Hegseth?
Somebody like that, yeah. Somebody with some sort of, I don't know.
Political chops?
I know the common, everybody's like, well, it's a great pick. It's a great pick. Is it?
Oh, I'm not saying it's a great pick. I like something different. I'm tired of the warmongerers, the guys that just constantly.
It's going to be a long 4 years, guys. It's going to be a long 4 years. If everything this guy does is like, oh, it's great. It's wonderful.
I didn't say everything was great. I don't like Marco Rubio, and I don't like
radio.
Well,
I don't like Marco Rubio or Kristi Noem.
I mean, I will say that, there's a.
I could see Kristi Noem being the first one gone. Keep in mind, remember the first time around, Dawn, he had people that were in and out for, 12 months, 16 months. This person came in for the second 18 months. I mean, the notion that all of these people will be there for 4 years is probably misguided.
There's no shot.
Right.
There's no shot.
Yeah, I would say I'm surprised that you choose Kristi Noem. I mean, she's a governor. She's also, remember, she's somebody who, her dad died when she was like 20. And
did she shoot him too?
And I met her during one of the Women for Trump events, and so she ran the family huge ranch, and realized that when Dad died, they were supposed to pay inheritance tax, and that's when she started learning about all this. But she was running a business, and rose to becoming the governor of her state. So I would say don't rule her out. She is somebody who, by all accounts, she's a very hard worker. She is very smart. And I mean, look at where she is right now. I mean, but she's, for her background as somebody who was, you could say, she was never a privileged person, nothing like that. And how she has risen to becoming a national name. When you meet her, she's an impressive individual. And I would say somebody, the key here, these are individuals who succeeded mostly in the private sector in big ways, went on then to the public sector.
855-839-1210 news to kick off the 7 o'clock hour.
Which we're in.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God,
almighty. I got to learn to shut up. FEMA follow-up as well, because apparently it was standard operating procedure. Hour 2 continues next.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I love this song. I love nachos.
Loving everything? You might be buzzed.
You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
It's a great month to get a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. You'll be thankful because there's so many fabulous offers to take advantage of. Lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. Costco members save even more, up to $2,000 in additional rebates. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships really do matter.
Get ready because Black Friday is on at Gerhardt's Appliances, and it's bigger than ever. We're pulling out all of the stops with this Samsung 4-piece stainless steel package for just $9.99. That's right, $9.99 after rebate. Looking to upgrade your refrigerator to counter depth and have air fry in your range? Well, we got you with this LG 4-piece package for only $19.99 after rebate. Only at Gerhardt's Appliances, the heart of the kitchen for over 80 years.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
Hey girl, it's your new night guy, Jimmy Fallon in the house from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and free on the Odyssey app.
Hour 2 of Kayal and Company. It's Nick Dunn and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. More FEMA fallout. That's coming up after the news. And before we get to the cut sheet, Michael Strahan. That story will not go away.
What?
Yeah. Apparently somebody tracked him down for comment, and it didn't go over well.
Yeah.
I guess he didn't watch the Jason Kelsey Penn State story. But we'll talk about that.
These guys need to calm themselves down.
I know.
Guys, what is up with John Fetterman? I just had seen on the Inquirer that Senator John Fetterman said that Rubio is a strong choice of Secretary of State.
Yep. I'm telling you, man.
What?
Yep. Fetterman, every day, Fetterman gets closer and closer.
Do you think in 4 years he's going to be a Republican?
There's no doubt.
I think so.
I'm telling you right now, if he ran for president as a Republican, he'd win. Yeah. I'm telling you. I think we're at the point where you could actually have a guy in the Oval Office wearing a hooded sweatshirt, and it wouldn't matter.
It's funny. He gave a little insight on, because he did Rogan right before the
everybody did Rogan but Kamala.
The election, and he said how important it is to talk to that audience. And they weren't even supposed to do it. And he told his campaign, the campaign, I know I have to be in a certain place later on that night. Mm-hmm. Fly me out there. I'm doing that show.
Yeah. I'm convinced right now we could get Fetterman on quicker than we can get somebody that's a Republican. If I wanted to have a politician on right now, could I get Marco Rubio or Fetterman?
Yeah,
I think from an easier standpoint to book, I think Fetterman would probably be available.
Yep.
Fetterman probably would come on this show.
I'd love to chat with Fetterman about all sorts of stuff, not just politics, by the way. Just have a conversation. Just bring him in for an hour, and both of us sitting here with our bald heads and our sweatshirts.
He's
That's what the audience really cares about. They don't care what we're saying. It's what we've learned in the media. What we've learned in the last 4 years. It's amazing. It's a very interesting time for politics. And I'm ecstatic to be doing this because it's not the way, and I keep saying it, it's just not the way it used to be. And I think we saw that with the way certain people handled campaigns.
You're right.
It's just, times are changing, man.
The thing you said that stuck out to me the most in the big take, by the way, if you haven't, go back to the on the Odyssey Rewind, and you can hit it 6:15 this morning. Was that Kamala Harris running a campaign from 2004?
Yes.
And Donald Trump running a campaign in 2024.
Yep.
I think definitely sums up what just went on for the last 6 months.
I mean, he's 18, 19 years older than she is.
Yep.
He's supposedly a part of the Republican Party. He's always deemed to be the older party. I don't know. You look at the last 6 months of a campaign, and Donald Trump was very modernized, and the Democrats were stuck in 20 years ago. So, but that's that. Let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:09. The great Dawn Stensland.
Yeah, we're looking at in the news this morning, Kayal & Company News Live. We are sponsored by American Heritage Credit Union. 34 degrees as the sun is up on a chilly day. That we're not used to this chilly weather. I shouldn't be complaining. It's seasonable weather. We're mid-November, for crying out loud, on this November 13th, Wednesday. But I'll tell you, when the warm-up, we will get another warm-up, and that's in the forecast this morning. We're talking about all these different fires and we have some firefighters, police officers injured. We have that large fire forcing the evacuation of a Center City apartment complex. Firefighters called to that scene, smoke just pouring out of the Adelphia House apartments on Chestnut Street. We know that at least one resident had to be rushed to the hospital suffering with smoke inhalation, but we're told that that resident is in serious but stable condition this morning. Red Cross assisting that fire. The crews are still there checking for any structural damage and investigating the cause of that one. And then the massive fire that destroyed an apartment building, that's in Pine Hill, New Jersey. That one started last night, and the flames, by the time firefighters were called in, flames streaming from that building. These are the mansion apartments, 200 block of West Branch Avenue, Camden County. Dozens displaced by that one. And sadly, 5 police officers in all, as well as a firefighter, were rushed to the hospital to be treated for smoke inhalation. In that kind of a situation, because you had an apartment building, those officers and the firefighter, brave individuals who were trying to rescue people. You could hear, by all accounts, residents screaming for help, trapped on upper floors. And so it seems from all the eyewitness accounts that this was an heroic effort by these police officers who were first on the scene, as well as a firefighter who were saving, because no residents were injured, none.
It's unbelievable.
It's a real the story of heroism.
Yes, it really is, to rush into there. I mean, and oh, by the way, too, I actually had this conversation with a buddy of mine that he was a firefighter for about 13 years, straight out of high school until he was about 31 or 32. And we were talking about a month ago, and he said, man, and he's not super political, but he knows what police officers are dealing with now. He said, being a firefighter, in theory, with what you encounter on a more frequent basis is far more dangerous. But he said he would rather do that than be a police officer in this day and age with what the cops have to deal with, especially post defund the police. So think about that. People would rather run into a building on fire than be a cop.
That's a sad commentary, isn't it?
Isn't it really? Yeah.
And I would say, the issue, too, as far as that New Jersey fire, those 5 police officers, if you think about it, firefighters, when they come to the scene, they have the proper apparatus. But with those the police officers rushing in to help people, they don't have any of that. And so you're breathing in God knows what. And that's why in some of these jobs you see the health impact. I had an uncle, come from a family of firefighters. He died of lung cancer, never smoked a day in his life, but he's a firefighter.
Is that right?
So it's important that they all have but I believe that's with these officers, they just rushed in.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope that they're okay, and we'll continue to update you on that one. And then we have as well, we have 5 people injured after this hazmat incident. That was in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. This is in the suburbs, North Wales. Rescue crews, those first responders called into the unit block of Amy Court there in North Wales, PA, for reports of people suddenly becoming violently ill. So the first responders, the fire officials say that there was then a strong chemical odor detected. They were able to identify it as ammonia, and this was some kind of a cleaning solution that was intended to, for power washing, and this was in a huge tank, and this had spilled.
Ugh.
So that's a big cleanup. 4 residents, a firefighter involved in that one are they suffered injuries, but they're expected. These are not life-threatening injuries. That's what they've said.
Thank God.
Again, here's a firefighter injured, helping to rescue people.
Yep.
So the theme you see is one of heroism.
Yeah, not too far from me either in North Wales.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
So it may. I don't know if how much traffic. If it should be cleaned up by the time you head home, lunchtime.
All right.
We've been talking a lot, and we'll talk more about, of course, what's going on in D.C. with Donald J. Trump leaving Mar-a-Lago, leaving Florida, heading to D.C. He's expected to meet with Republicans prior to his planned meeting with President Joe Biden as they begin this transition. We've talked a lot this morning about the transitions picks and the cabinet picks so far. But I'll take you to 2 stories. First of all, Pennsylvania Republican Senator-elect Dave McCormick was, after all, invited to the U.S. Senate Freshman Orientation Day, and this was by Chuck Schumer. So the Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Democrat, New York, obviously.
Yep.
So they made a deal because he said, okay, as long as Democrat Representative Ruben Gallego, who won Arizona over Kerry Lake, as long as he can go, then Dave can go.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like kindergarten.
Yeah, it is, right? All right, here's your name tag. Here's your packet. Here's your folder. We'll do lunch. We're going to have 2 sessions before lunch and 2 sessions after lunch. God, I used to hate orientation days. They were painful in any walk of life, whether it's, onboarding at a new job or for school, just awful. But so Casey still has not officially conceded, correct?
Nope.
Man, by the way, so when we talk about these 100,000 votes or whatever the number is out there that they want to count with all the people that they have counting, I mean, does it really take, I don't know, I've never actually counted anything that was 100,000 deep, but should it take 12 hours to do? Should it take multiple days to do?
Well,
seriously.
Part of it is, so McCormick is well over, from the latest that I've seen, well over 40,000 ahead.
His number keeps going back
up. And it keeps going up. But part of the provisionals, first of all, part of the delay was that there were deadlines to say if you had they were literally reaching out to people to question their signature or something wasn't quite right, or they were waiting, to maybe shore up those provisional ballots.
Yeah.
And so the funny piece of it was people were getting messages that just call us back. You can leave us a voicemail. Let us know if this is you. And so it's labor intensive, but they said they're going to count everyone. Okay.
I mean, his lead was 31,000. Now it's 40,000.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So we have that going on. But McCormick, Pennsylvania's McCormick, will be there. And heads up, and this is kudos to Republican State Treasurer Stacey Garrity, reelected. And I know that she didn't get as many votes as Trump. He holds his own record. But our state treasurer, Stacey Garrity, now she has garnered the largest vote total ever recorded by any candidate for statewide office in Pennsylvania, which beats the record of our governor, Josh Shapiro.
Wow.
So congratulations.
Yes. Well deserved.
So Garrity, she's an interesting person. She'll never talk about whether she aspires to future office, and we want to wish her condolences. The day after the election, she lost her dad. Her dad passed away.
Oh.
And so that's why we've been trying to have her on. But, obviously our hearts are with her. But she is described as Angel of the Desert, a nickname she got while serving in Iraq in the U.S. Army Reserve in 2004.
Okay.
And so a feisty redhead who's making a big name in Pennsylvania politics.
Nothing wrong with a feisty redhead. You need one of those from time to time.
See, normally Greg would play Springsteen's Redheaded Woman song, but, you know.
Speaking of feisty redheads, anybody checked in on Kathy Griffin lately? I know we played her on the cut sheet yesterday, but, 20 hours has gone by.
But for Trump, I'm trying to look up it. Trump holds the record as far as on a national level. I believe he holds the record in Pennsylvania for an election as far as receiving the most Pennsylvania votes in any national election.
Okay.
Top of the ticket. So I know you guys like those numbers, so I'll get those numbers and send them to you. We are sponsored this morning in Kayal & Company News Live, as I said, by American Heritage Credit Union. Ready to buy a home with American Heritage Credit Union's Home Connection. You get cash rewards, lower mortgage rates, and discounts. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection. Insured by NCWA, not a member. Join today, NMLS 433838. As far as our forecasts, a nippy forecast for today as well as tomorrow. So a high of 53 degrees today. The sun will come out. Tomorrow, not so much, and we could get rain tomorrow. So kind of these blustery days with a lot of wind. But then we start that warm up in the upper 50s for your Friday with bright sunshine, and then a sunny weekend, 62, 63-ish. So we are warming up again. Here we are. Mid-November with 60s for the weekend and bright sunshine. Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet in just about 25 minutes, which will include a update with that FEMA worker that was accused of telling staff to skip the hurricane-ravaged areas that had Trump signs in the front yard. Well, it's not just an isolated incident. We'll give you those details, and you'll hear from the lady who got fired. That's coming up at around 7:45. But before we get there, a couple of orders of business to hit on. We have an update to the Michael Strahan national anthem story. If you were not with us yesterday, it was on Sunday. So Michael Strahan, former Giant defensive end during the McNabb days, he's got dual roles. He's on ABC's Good Morning America, but he's also on Fox NFL Sunday, their pregame show, with 4 or 5 other panelists before, the 1 p.m. games kick off here on Channel 29 locally. So they were out, I think it was on the West Coast, and there was a beautiful rendition leading into the 1 o'clock games of the national anthem, obviously the day before Veterans Day. And Strahan came under fire for not putting his hand over his heart for the national anthem. We played that video for you yesterday, and now we have a follow-up. I'll give you the follow-up in a moment, but Phil, I believe you told me you do have the original Strahan video with the national anthem. So if you could, let's play this first again, just a refresher. All right, so there's Gronk, Jimmy Johnson, and Strahan. His arms are crossed right around, his waist. So I said yesterday that I didn't know the quote-unquote protocol for this. I have seen people, you always take your hat off, you always stand as long as you're physically able to. And then, most people put their hand over their chest. I usually put my hand over my chest. I know there's been times in the past at a football game where I keep my hands kind of wrapped behind my back, or I have them across like Strahan, but I think for the most part, you put it across your chest. It was interesting because I said yesterday, I'll defer to the vets on this one. And we did have some vets in the YouTube chat that said no issue with what Strahan is doing there. Some people have made this to be an issue. If you want to make it an issue, I get it. I'm not saying you're wrong. I think there are, bigger fish to fry, so to speak. But I actually have a bigger issue with the follow-up of what transpired when a Daily Mail reporter apparently tracked down Michael Strahan to get comment on this because, as we know, he did not release a public statement on television or through social media. I believe Fox had said they're not going to comment. There will be no disciplinary action. So the Daily Mail took it to a different level. And we've seen this before, right? It's kind of the TMZ thing. You try to get a quick comment. And this was apparently outside of Strahan's residence. Phil, if we could, let's listen and watch this.
Do you have any comment? What?
All right, so there you go. Now it's in slow motion again. Don't come to my house. He gives the finger and then the stiff arm with the hand. It looks like from if you're watching on YouTube, I know it's very brief, that he, kind of knocks the phone out of the guy's hand. It's not Jason Kelce lashing out and slamming somebody's cell phone like he did 2 weeks ago in Happy Valley at the Penn State game on a Saturday for the Ohio State game. But again, this is the same. I try to be consistent with my analysis. Jason Kelce, you can't break somebody's cell phone. Okay, I get it. They called your brother the F word. The same thing with Joel Embiid. Marcus Hayes writing what he did out of line, out of bounds. I get it. But physically, according to allegations, physically putting your hands, that's breaking the law. You can't do it. So to me, the same thing applies with Strahan. I don't like media showing up at people's house, whether they're broadcasters, sports people, or politicians. Like, I don't like the fact that people would go to Joe Biden's house or Donald Trump's house or anything like that, or Brett Kavanaugh, any of these types of stuff. To me, you can't destroy somebody's property. And I know it was kind of like a half-hearted shove. Maybe the phone didn't even break. But you don't have the right to physically touch other people's belongings or their body. So to me, that's the bigger issue than Strahan not putting his hand over his heart. Dawn, I know you were a little bit more of the belief, I believe, yesterday of he should have put his hand over his heart. What do you make of the follow-up here?
To be really honest, in the scheme of life and everything,
it feels like it's overblown, right?
Yeah, I mean, people are talking. Yeah, I mean, we have crime and we have budget issues and more numbers coming out and inflation. You know what I mean? On the scheme of things, I think maybe we love to talk about these things because it's a little bit of an escape and that sort of thing. But I don't think he meant any disrespect. I don't either. I don't think he's a disrespectful person. As far as a phone, did you show video of it?
Yes. Phil, do you want to run it?
I have a delay on my thing, so I'm going to look at Greg's. But, my whole thing about this is if somebody, whether it's Jason Kelce or you or me or Michael Strahan, if somebody shoves something in my face, because technically, there is personal space. If somebody shoves something, I don't know, is that mace? What are they doing? If they're shoving something in my face, get out of my face.
I mean, I could see
I don't know what that is. Like, you don't have a right, just because you're a news reporter, to shove something in somebody's face. And by the way, if you did that to somebody like Trump, Secret Service would probably smack your hand because you're not allowed to do that. So in this day and age of like crazy people, I had in our old building, I had these two women chase me into the building, running after me.
Are you serious?
Yes, they were waiting for me and they ran. So in this crazy day right now, Michael Strahan is thinking, who is this crazy person? They're shoving don't shove something in my face.
See,
you don't have a right to do that.
I can understand it if they're impeding your progress to go into your house, right? Like if they're blocking you off. But if they're walking along side by side with you or just kind of standing there where you could just, you could just walk around them or, excuse me. Now, if they keep blocking you off for comment, then I understand why you resort to what you did. It's like the Oprah video from yesterday. Like, I don't like what that guy did to Oprah, but he wasn't impeding her progress to get back to her beautiful Range Rover. It's not like he didn't allow her to get into her car. Now, if somebody tries to, stop your progress to get from point A to point B, I get it. But the knocking of the phone, the guy's just doing his job, right? So this is kind of where, even though I don't like it, I want to defend the Daily Mail. Like, he was sent out there, I'm assuming, by one of his superiors. He's being aggressive.
Nick,
right?
your phone can zoom in. You don't have to be right up in somebody's face. Mm-hmm. And so as a news reporter, you know that. And so, I hope I can't believe his phone was broken.
So you don't like the whole TMZ style of like ambush journalism?
No. I mean, no. I don't. Paparazzi chasing people.
Yeah.
Like, no.
I know. I don't. I deal with it every day in the garage leaving. There's paparazzi everywhere. But I just want to get in my truck and get on the Schuylkill. No comment.
Yeah. They're like, can I touch your Piazza?
It's unbelievable.
Excuse me, can I touch your Piazza?
This is the stuff we get riled up about in this world. Like, really?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if they knew each other. I don't know what the deal is with him. But I would say, if you're a news reporter, and I've been in that situation, I've been shoved back. I've been, you know what I mean? Like, you have to be a professional. You shove yourself in somebody's space, or you shove a device in their face.
Mm-hmm.
And this is, a big guy, so I don't think that he's a violent guy.
Yeah, it's the most pushback the Giants have had in 12 years. 855-839-1210. Cut sheets coming up at 7:45. We'll get to one other story because now the left is melting down. We've heard about sex strikes. How about filing for divorce because your husband voted for Donald Trump? An epic story. Plus, conspiracy elections. We've got the left coming out saying a bigwig stole the election for Trump, and it's somebody we're all very, very familiar with. We'll give you those details on the other side. But first, a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group, and we are talking today about the Honda Prologue. And I have driven this vehicle, and this thing is impressive. First of all, it's Honda's first all-electric SUV with a range of almost 300 miles on a single charge and a fast charge time. You can cruise the roads worry-free. And this thing's got a lot of get-up, too, a lot of jump. It's got 3 charging options to choose from, including a portable charging kit for when you're on the go. You can lease the Prologue today for as low as $279 per month. Visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Springfield, Reading, or Langhorne for details. Shop online at piazzahonda.com.
Now, your Live Nation lineup.
Don't miss these upcoming shows.
See Brett Eldridge's Holiday Show at the Met Philadelphia, presented by Highmark, December 1st. John Legend at PPL Center in Allentown, December 19th. See Silvertide at TLA, December 20th. And check out Trans-Siberian Orchestra at Wells Fargo Center, December 22nd, 2 shows. For tickets and info, go to livenation.com.
This football season, get yourself a win by losing. Call NJ Diet today and you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. You'll shock family during holiday get-togethers, and more importantly, your doctor should finally be able to give you good news about your blood work. Not only that, but losing weight is linked to help boosting low T. Best of all, there are no shots or nasty side effects. Call today, 855-5NJ-DIET, or go to njdiet.com.
Bob's Little Sports Shop, Delsey Drive in Glassboro, is your one-stop shop for firearms and firearm safety. Bob's now offers an expanded selection and classroom area, NRA-certified instructors for all your firearm education. Bob's also has your New Jersey carry permit qualifications and an indoor pistol range open daily.
As they wrote our founding documents, our founders prayed each day that God would guide them as they wrote and guide them on their way. They knew that all our liberties were a gift from God above, and that we all must work to keep this land we love. We call this land America, the land of the free. To keep this the greatest land, it's up to you and me. Our freedom is a constant fight. We all must do our part. To stand and fight for all our rights is where we all must start.
Remember Bob's Little Sports Shop for firearms and firearm safety. Call 856-881-7575 or bobslittle.sportshop.com. Paid for by Bob's Little Sports Shop, Glassboro, New Jersey.
You love your city, but let's be honest, the commute, not so much. That's where the free Odyssey app can help. Download the app and follow your local news station so you can get the latest traffic reports or find if your train is on time before you walk out your door. Knowing all this gives you time to think about the essential things, like, do I have time to get coffee? Download the free Odyssey app and search your local news station. That's AUDACY.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. One of the biggest, healthiest sales of the year is back again. Rescue Natural Supplements Black Friday sale is here. Right now, Rescue is slashing prices on every supplement with discounts up to an incredible 80% off. Rescue has a wide variety of products to address your health needs, including immunity and cholesterol support, heart health, and natural energy enhancers. Grab huge savings on omega-3s, probiotics, and a lot more. And one more thing, this Rescue Black Friday sale will run the entire month of November. So shop today at res-q.com, res-q.com, or call a Rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Again, all Rescue supplements are up to 80% off during the entire month of November, so why wait? Shop massive savings on essential supplements right now at res-q.com. Do it today.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.33 on a Wednesday morning. A chilly Wednesday morning. It's Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. The cut sheet coming up in just about 11, 12 minutes, maybe 17 minutes, 18 minutes. We'll see. We'll let you know when it comes. We'll get to it when we get to it, right? What happens when we fall behind. Tony Bruno live from Florida coming up at 8:30, and our Veteran Spotlight World War II edition, The Greatest Generation, courtesy of Window Nation, coming up at 9:40 this morning. We just spoke with a couple of vets yesterday after the show, and we've got another great one lined up for you today and Friday, and then we will have a live one in studio tomorrow with somebody that we know very well within this building. So looking forward to all of that, and looking forward to continuing to see these stories that pop up where people are just losing their minds. Maureen Callahan for the Daily Mail wrote a great article about just how crazy the left has gotten with their lunatic sex bans and self-care snowflakery. Maureen Callahan says the Trump win meltdown proves that liberals are more delusional than ever. She writes the following, and some of these, we gave you these stories, and some of these are new to me, so this is fascinating. Supporters wept outside of Howard University as Kamala Harris conceded. Columbia, Harvard, and New York's exclusive Fieldston School offered students days off to grieve, hold space, as they love to say, for what might have been. Georgetown University opened self-care suites where students and faculty could color, play with Legos, and have milk and cookies in recognition of these stressful times. Northwestern and Princeton did the same. These are our future leaders. The Guardian offered its employees free counseling. Ostensibly hardened reporters traumatized by a peaceful, fair, and free election that needs safe spaces and psychotherapy. Vogue noted that New Yorkers dressed in head-to-toe black last Wednesday, expressing heartbreak and profound disappointment in those who voted against our best interest, she writes. The left never gets it. They didn't get it after Hillary lost in 2016, and they sure don't get it now. And apparently this husband has to deal with the fallout. This story from The Mirror over in the UK. The headline, shocked husband speechless as wife files for divorce after he voted for Donald Trump. I mean, we have seen some crazy things in this lifetime, and I was actually a little surprised. I had some tweets when we were talking late last week about spouses and who the spouse votes for. Does your wife or husband tell you? And we got tweets from people that listen, that I know that have tweeted me before, that are consistent listeners of the show, that have said, I've been, and I'm paraphrasing, I've been married to my wife for 35 years. Never once have we told each other who we voted for. I didn't even know that that was really a thing. Like, I imagine husband and wife either on the same page or opposite, but they share it. I figured my wife saying, I'm not going to tell you who I voted for, was her way of either not getting me bothered over the fact that she went Kamala or making my head get bigger that I swayed her to vote for Trump. But people can be married for three or four decades and never have the conversation with the person they sleep next to. I think that's fast. I didn't know that was really a thing.
Well, maybe that's how they keep it going.
I get.
You know.
Who'd you vote for?
I mean, there's a curtain on that booth for a reason, right? You don't have to tell anybody.
You're right. In theory, you're correct. It's nobody's business but yours. You know, you go in there, you do your thing. This comes off of the clip that we had with Joy Reid.
Here's the interesting thing. 20 years ago, 30 years ago, if you would have, if there were Tinder or whatever the apps are these days, where you swipe right and, you can hook up, you would have never in a million years asked somebody what political party they're affiliated with.
Great point.
Or who they voted for.
How quickly do you think that comes up now?
That never came up. I can almost guarantee you that in the first, half hour of a conversation, it is brought up about if they voted for Trump, if they didn't vote for Trump, if what side of the aisle are on. And also, I'm sure that you can go on these apps and put in your political party affiliation.
I'm sure there's a spot for it. There's no question. There has to be. I'm just wondering how quickly you go down the list of, okay, I'm into sports, I'm into cooking, I'm into camping, and I'm a conservative, or I'm a liberal, or I'm a moderate, or I'm apolitical, or whatever. It's fascinating. I mean, I got this story here. So they write, a man said that he can't believe his wife was ready to throw away, quote, our entire life after filing for divorce over the fact that he voted for Donald Trump. The distraught husband wrote on social media that he has been left without words, that the marriage could fall apart over politics, and that the divorce papers could be served so quickly. He writes, I voted for Trump. My wife sent me divorce papers. What do I do? I call a lawyer, sir. I didn't even know it was possible to be served divorce papers this quickly. I don't even know what to say. I'm shocked. I married somebody willing to throw away our entire life over politics. Last week we were happy. Today we're getting divorced. She won't have a discussion.
They weren't happy a week ago.
That's what I'm thinking, right?
Come
Like,
on.
you had to have been doing something wrong, or you had to have known something was up. He goes, she won't have the discussion, says nothing will change her mind, insists she is going to report my parents because they live off of disability. But my dad does some cash work, auto repair on the side. So now I'm worried for my whole family. Either that or his wife just went completely off the deep end.
I think they don't like to Carl on our YouTube chat. To Carl's point, I just think some people, they're not communicating.
Well, right.
You know what I mean? So they're just keeping things going. They're not talking.
Sure.
If you don't know who your significant other, especially if you've been married for, if you've been married for more than a year, you should know them and know what they're thinking about with policy and that sort of thing. So the fact that somebody could be together for years and not know, then you don't know that person.
Yeah, and I totally think that you can have a conservative spouse and a liberal spouse and live a happy life and, have your conversations about it and still get along. To me, the only way I could see it not working is if it was really, really super hyper political people. Like, let's take the most extreme cases, right? Let's take somebody, whoever you think of as the most far right individual that you know, publicly or personally or privately, and then taking the most insane left-wing person, let's say somebody that we play from TikTok on the cut sheet. Like like a marriage like that would never work.
Well, so I'm just trying to think this through, but in a serious way, usually when you get married, you go to some kind of counseling with your church, with your synagogue. You sit down and you talk not about politics,
right,
but about your beliefs and your values.
Right, yes.
So generally speaking, some of those values might come out, and that might point you in the direction of what political party. And to that point, I think of we've talked about Tulsi Gabbard and where she'll land in the Trump administration. So somebody like Tulsi, longtime Democrat, and so for some people, the only thing I could see is some people maybe feel that their party, that they were a longtime Democrat or raised in that party or union member, maybe the party left them.
Yes.
And maybe that would raise some questions in a relationship.
Right.
But from what you're talking about, these are couples who just don't communicate.
So you're telling me that you don't think that it is possible for a uber liberal to be married to an uber conservative?
Of course. Mary Madeline.
Yeah,
James Carville.
I mean, that's the most famous example. But is there? Do you think?
Could I see Alex Jones marrying Joy Reid? No. And again, I'm not talking specifically about their physical characteristics, but based on what comes out of their mouth, what they say politically, I don't know how that could ever work. I guess maybe Carville and whoever you're mentioning is the exception.
Alex, after all of his nonsense and all of his lawsuits,
he might need Joy's money.
He needs a sugar mama.
you guys can't agree with your spouse on every political issue.
Oh, hell no. No, absolutely not. Me and my wife don't even agree that today's Wednesday.
But I mean, like, so I guess I'm coming at this from a different angle. Like, you can only be with somebody if they align with you politically. Like, I just think that's sad.
No, I think
Don't talk politics. I don't know.
To your extent, I agree. I think it is sad that you couldn't be with someone. I mean, like that's why I mentioned the Joy Reid clip. Like, you're really not going to go to somebody's house on Thanksgiving or invite them over because Trump won. Like, really?
But like,
But I know families like that.
Oh, I know.
We all do.
We all do.
Split.
But
my dear friend Colleen. If you ever go to Naples or Fort Myers, so Colleen, she and Patrick have been together for decades, since college. He runs fishing adventures in the Cape Coral, Fort Myers, Naples area. He is a MAGA Republican guy, always has been. She's a school teacher. She's a Democrat. They've been married forever, very happily married.
Oh, good for them.
But I will say, she's not political.
Okay,
do you know what I mean?
Right.
Like, she's not
consuming it. She's not living and breathing
so she's
it.
like, oh, Patrick, like, you know what I mean?
Right.
She's not a political, so that's why that works.
Okay.
If you had somebody who was, really into politics,
that can't stop talking about it or thinking about it,
and their partner is
right.
I think I could see where that would be a problem.
Like, I'm thinking about not even my parents, but like my grandparents.
Mm-hmm.
My grandparents were both lifelong blue-collar Democrats. You know what I mean? Would probably be considered Republicans today.
Yep.
But I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know if my grandmother knew how my grandfather. Like, I don't know. Because that stuff kind of wasn't discussed back then.
It's not because it's not as polarizing. It's way more polarizing today, right?
There used to be, church and politics. Don't talk about religion and politics when you're in a space with other people.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we've kind of blown past that, haven't we?
I would think so, but I mean we played you that clip of that girl that was having a meltdown because her dad voted for Trump, right?
I just think politics consumes too much of our lives. And look, we're different animals because of what we do for a living. But I think as a society, it just consumes too much of our lives.
Do you think? But I'll push back on it. I think beyond the fact that what we do for a living and the people that are listening to this show, a majority of Americans, I don't know what the percentage is, 75%, 90%, they don't consume this every day. So maybe that's why you can have a Democrat and a Republican in a marriage, and they talk about it once every 2 to 4 years, right?
Sure.
Like during election time. Because you're tied up, you've got kids, you've got your job, you've got your extracurricular activities. You're not spending your time on social media. Did you see what Liz Warren said? Oh, I can't believe Elon Musk tweeted that. I mean, most people aren't living that lifestyle.
But like, Nick, you're really into sports. Do you and your wife sit around talking about sports?
No.
Exactly. So like, there are things that you are interested in that your spouse is not interested in that you guys just don't talk about.
Right. That's right.
But that's a great example because I think if your significant other loves sports, then for me personally, I think that you at least owe that relationship to know something about that if that's their passion.
She invests in football. She'll watch the Eagles and she'll watch Alabama with me, but she don't give a damn about baseball, basketball, hockey, like the golf. When I'm watching a golf event on a Sunday in May, she wants to legitimately decapitate me and boil my head in hot water.
Wait. So you're saying, Dawn, that if you're really into something, your spouse should invest time into learning about it just because you're into it?
I totally agree with Dawn.
Or at least be curious about it.
I invest in one. I give my wife one show every year. One show that you like, I'll invest in. I invest, obviously, in the dance thing because it's my girls, but I try to understand where the dance mom's coming from. So I agree with Dawn. You got to show interest in something that your significant others,
I get that, but like, my wife hates sports. I'm not going to sit there and make her watch. I mean, she's been to baseball games with me. She's been to football games with me, but she doesn't enjoy it. Why would I make her enjoy something?
Well, you don't have to make, but does she?
I know why you would make her do it.
I love sticking people.
That's why you would do it.
And she's also not a political person, so like, why are we, you know what I mean? Like, there's we have other things in common, so like, why does it matter? I don't know. I just
so
feel
she
like
doesn't listen to you, Maestro the Cut Sheet?
She listens to nothing of the show, not a single second of the show. Which
She's probably better off for it.
Exactly, which I appreciate.
Does your mom or
nope? My mom listens to no. My father is a huge. My father and stepmother are huge listeners. They're probably up right now listening. But
beautiful.
But
They're very proud of you.
But yeah, no, I don't know. Like I just don't feel like it's something that if you're not into, why do it?
Mm-hmm.
Like why force somebody like, well, it's because it's my son or it's because it's my husband. Like I don't know. You have your own things.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know why you need to.
Yeah, I never forced my wife to watch the Eagles or Alabama. It's just something she was always an Eagles fan, but she kind of adopted Alabama once she met me. So.
Manglemush says, I'm not interested in cross-stitching, but my wife is. Greg is right on this one.
Can I ask what exactly cross-stitching means?
Can you stop reading?
It's not
Can you stop reading?
If that's what you're thinking.
Let me read the comments.
Oh, sorry.
You're very.
That is his role, Dawn.
You're very sensitive when people, make fun of us. So let me read it, and I'll filter out the good.
He was supporting you.
Thank you.
Yeah. She's coming to your rescue, Stalker. Would you rather have her be at your throat?
EKZ,
Get him, Dawn. Be mean to him.
I read a supportive one.
EKZ says Greg's family would rather listen to Sean Ferry. That is a great A plus. You win YouTube. That is fantastic. Speaking of cut sheet.
Yeah, speaking of cut sheet, like I said, it was going to be in 11 minutes or 17 minutes. It's going to be in 17 minutes. We'll get to the cut sheet. That's coming up next. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with such precision and care, from custom cabinets to those countertops, backsplashes to the all-important storage solutions. Kitchen Magic gets the job done and fast in just a few days. Your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. You can trust the name your neighbors have been relying on for decades, Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation. Go to kitchenmagic.com, put this on the calendar, and let's cook up something extraordinary. Kitchenmagic.com, tell them Dawn sent you.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Hi, it's John Ashow, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai. This month, we're reminded that everyone deserves a seat at the table. And this month, we're making sure everyone eats. Colonial Hyundai is doing whatever it takes to serve up tasty savings, regardless of your situation. Credit issues? Doesn't matter. Everyone eats. Owe too much on your current vehicle? Doesn't matter. Everyone eats. Driving a hoopty? I'll give you 6,500 hours for your trade, guaranteed. No matter the condition, no matter the situation, everyone eats here at Colonial Hyundai. Our lot is like a cornucopia of savings with over 200 vehicles to choose from, and right now you can drive home with 0% financing for 60 months. Everyone eats. We're not just carving up turkey, we're slicing prices at Colonial Hyundai. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
Offers cannot be combined. See store for more details. 0.0% on a new 2024 Ioniq 5 on credit approval from HMFUSA. Offer ends 11/30/2020.
Hi, everyone. This is Dom Giordano here with my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. Dr. Bentz, it's good for everyone to know you have the technology and the people to help. Like John, that guy is an artisan of teeth.
Having the expertise or the knowledge having this equipment added to that just allows me to get those consistent, efficient results, and it builds up your confidence in my abilities. Having somebody like John, who's been in this business for decades, is a big help. He's able to come in using this equipment, and he helps me build the case as I'm actually doing the work. And that is unbelievably second to none for that, because that is a benefit I'm blessed with, to have that ability to have that lab here.
Dr. Bentz and the team at Bentz Dental Group provide solutions for the most complex dental cases. Call Dr. Bentz today at 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com. Bentz Dental Group, say it with a smile.
See Joe Conklin at Parks Casino with the world-renowned City Rhythm Orchestra for a special Conklin's Comedy Night Christmas show. Thursday nights, December 5th and 19th.
'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house there were no presents for Jerry Jones, 'cause he's such a louse.
It's Conklin's Comedy Night Christmas show with City Rhythm at Parks Casino, December 5th and 19th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Outside another yellow wind has punched a hole in the nighttime mist.
He's just a Lang. It's Kayal and Company, 7:54 as we continue. Cut sheet coming up in a moment, but a lot of comments from our conversation on marriages and political affiliation coming in.
By the way, Jonathan on the YouTube chat writes, these guys are as bad as managing a clock as the Andy Reid Eagles were.
Yep, we shoot through our timeouts way too quick, and then we're left scrambling at the 2-minute warning. Our buddy Mike the chiropractor says, marry a liberal? Yes. Marry a Cowboys fan? Hell no. That's good advice.
I mean, I think that would be fun to have somebody on the opposite team to,
Could you imagine that? Now, could you imagine if you were a conservative Eagle fan marrying a liberal Cowboy fan?
Yeah.
Now, that would be very interesting twice a year for sure. 855-839-1210, but let's get to it. Better late than never. We still have we got 35 minutes to play with. Time for a Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Wednesday? Brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month. Use all, I'm going to say this, guys, applicable. Right? Use all applicable rebates.
Ding.
It's not applicable.
I prefer applicable.
Okay. We're
Comes
going to do
out
this again,
smoother.
are we?
Yes.
It's a Groundhog's Day.
Yep.
See store for details. Relationships really do matter. Sorry, tongue-tied there. Relationships really do matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out over at 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Cue up Cut 8, Phil. We talked earlier about the new border czar, Tom Homan. The Daily Caller did a side-by-side of the old border czar versus the new border czar. By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to get over there and watch some of these videos. We always have the videos that accompany the cuts, so you can see it. You can play along at home.
Play along at home.
Go, Phil. She's dancing.
I got a message to the millions of illegal aliens that Joe Biden's releasing our country in violation of federal law. you better start packing now.
We are going to the border. We've been to the border. So this whole thing about the border, we've been to the border. We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I don't understand the point that you're making.
I hear a lot of people say, the talk of a mass deportation is racist. It's threatening to the immigrant community. It's not threatening to the immigrant community. It should be threatening to the illegal immigrant community.
Is there a way to carry out mass deportation without separating families?
Of course there is. Families can be deported together.
It is not an emergency. We are not facing a crisis.
We have a president of the United States who has created a fiction about a crisis at the border, and he has held up the United States government and its workers around his vanity project called a wall.
To the criminal cartels in Mexico. You smuggle enough fentanyl across this country to kill 148,000 young Americans. You have killed more Americans than every terrorist organization in the world combined. And that's when President Trump gets back in office. He's going to designate you a terrorist organization, and he's going to wipe you off the face of the earth.
Yeah.
You're done.
You're done.
You're done.
Get out.
The idea that he is trying to say that we have people that are trying to invade our country to commit mass crime is a crisis of his own making. I specialize in transnational criminal organizations.
Yeah.
That wall ain't gonna stop them.
No.
There's a 600% increase in the sex trafficking of women and children. Border Patrol has arrested more terrorists coming across the border in 1 month than Trump had in 4 years. This is the biggest national security vulnerability this country's ever had. Donald Trump will be the president. I'll be in the middle of running the biggest deportation operation this country's ever seen.
I am not for a wall. We don't need to build a wall. This is a crisis of his own making. Because the
This is
United States
amazing.
has a vanity project that he doesn't want to give up. It's the president's vanity project. This issue is about a vanity project for this president. Right. The president's vanity project? Let me be very clear. I'm not going to vote for a wall under any circumstances. It will not end with a wall. It will not end with a wall.
It will not end with a wall?
No.
All right.
He comes back, I come back, we fix this shit.
Whoa!
Whoop-oo. S.
On that note, boy, I tell you what, the clown show side circus administration is coming to a close. It looks like the grown-ups are going to be returning to power and getting back in charge. Boy, what a stark contrast. Hard to believe that that's a controversial opinion to have. Well, Nick, they're going to separate the parents from the children. Did you hear the numbers? 148,000 people have been killed from fentanyl. So that eclipses all of the entire death count of every terrorist organization combined on the planet. It's not talked about enough. The fentanyl crisis in this country is staggering, and it gets almost no run except in our format on our side of the aisle.
Yeah.
And I've got to worry about, well, we're going to separate parents. You're here illegally. I don't care. Too bad.
By the way, another good reason to listen on the app or listen on YouTube is because that doesn't get dumped. It only gets dumped on the radio because, the FCC.
I got to get Tom Homan on the show. That's a guy I'd like to talk to. My God.
Heaven forbid somebody hears the S word.
I know.
We might get fined.
Yeah. I actually think you need to go and have a meeting with the FCC.
I would love to.
Make your case as to why it's ridiculous we can't curse.
I agree.
I'm telling you, you think the ratings are good now. You get me fully uncensored with no no restrictions on curse words.
I agree.
I might take out every station in this building.
We're a radio station for adults, okay?
I know.
Nobody under the age of 18 listens to this program. So stop with this.
Yes.
Stop.
And when I give my yearly speech on the Easter Bunny, don't tell me that I got kids in the car. Yeah. This is for adults. We'll get to the Easter Bunny again. He's coming up.
No, we're not. Just have good taste, all right, Kayal? For God's sake. What's going to happen in New York? New York, Mayor Adams spoke on the deportation situation.
He better be careful. He better be careful. They might investigate him again.
This is 10, Phil. Go.
The voters communicated loudly and clearly
We have a broken immigration system. It needs to be fixed. That's the only conversation I want. It's broken. It needs to be fixed. And New York City was devastated by that broken system. 220,000 migrants and asylum seekers have made their way here. No financial assistance from the administration. I think it was about $200 and something million with billions of dollars we had to pay for. I don't want to see that happen again. I don't want what's taking place in Chicago and Denver, Los Angeles, Houston. I don't want to see it take place again. Let's fix our immigration system. Anything other than that, I'm not interested in that conversation. We have a broken system. I talked about this in 2022, just as I talked about violence in 2021, and voters made this the top of their list. The top of their list. When I was talking about it, everyone was being dismissive of me, and voters said this.
Shame on SNL for not bringing Tracy Morgan back to do a parody bit on Eric Adams, because I swear if you just close your eyes, Eric Adams sounds identical to Tracy Morgan, who's absolutely hysterical. Here's my here's an idea that I've had. So with all of this nonsense coming to an end and Eric Adams realizing just how bad it is now, so all of this money was allocated for illegal immigrants, right? These prepaid debit cards, $500 a night hotels. I'm imagining with some of these programs coming to an end that there's still money that was set aside and allocated for this. So why don't we take those leftover funds, assuming that they are still available, and give them to veterans across the country in cities where, and I know there's one veteran, speaking of veterans, because it's Veterans Week, and we had Veterans Day on Monday, and we're chatting with some of these great Americans of the last great generation. That one individual in New York who was a homeless veteran who was forced out of wherever he was living, I don't know if it was a shelter or what they would call it, for an illegal immigrant. I mean, that's the way we treat our veterans in this country, that they go back on the street for somebody here that hasn't gone about the process in the proper way.
Yep.
That's despicable.
I think that's one issue that Americans in polling are united on.
Yeah.
And that's why I was surprised with the Pete Hegseth appointment that we talked about earlier this morning to Trump's cabinet. I would have thought he would have been well suited because he's talked a lot about veterans affairs issues. So I'm curious as to who will head that cabinet position. But I think in this one, I think most Americans agree that it is ridiculous that in New York, they had that 1-year program that we've talked about, which they did not renew the contract. But so a family of 4 was receiving $350 per week in the form of that so-called gift card, $350 per week for non-citizens, for illegals. And that infuriated people across the nation, programs like that, because we don't have those kinds of programs for veterans, for those who've served in our military. As far as New York Mayor Adams, he has a trial date on his corruption trial.
That's what I'm saying. He better be careful.
You know what I mean? So he's going to trial.
Yep.
You think he's trying to curry favor? I was just going to say, he's trying to curry favor with the...
Yeah.
You think he'll be in the Trump administration?
No, but I think he'll seek maybe a pardon or something of that nature.
Uh-huh. Yep.
By the way, I just got an email while you two were yapping it up about the Politics and Pines for tonight. Apparently, we are releasing 30 more tickets. So, if you have not done so yet, and you can make it tonight, it's tonight. We have released 30 more tickets. Politics and Pines. Go to 1210wpht.com right now. There's an icon you can click on. You can get them. But if you're not doing the Media Theater tonight, 7:30. We just released 30 new tickets, so if you haven't bought them yet, do it now.
Yeah, you can meet your new nighttime host.
1210wpht.com, Rich Zioli, Jimmy Fallon.
It burns his old droopy nuts.
Yeah, exactly. It should be a good time. Politics and Pints, 30 more tickets. You have to act quickly.
So much fun.
Do it now. So apparently, remember when Elon Musk hosted SNL? Apparently, one of the cast members, Chloe Fineman,
doesn't ring a bell.
She's a new cast member. Apparently, she pitched him a sketch that he didn't like, and it made her cry. And I have to think, this is disturbing to me in many ways because her job as a comedy writer, I mean, she's a performer too, but her job as a comedy writer is like you sit around in a room,
float out ideas,
yeah, and they may be terrible,
right?
But you try,
right? And then you tell them to Elon, and Elon probably said, "Go
yourself."
Her recounting of this story is hysterical.
Okay,
go Phil.
Okay, I just saw some news article about Elon Musk being like butthurt about SNL and his impression, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna come out and say, at long last, that I'm the cast member that he made cry, and he's the host that made someone cry. You made Chloe Feynman, burst into tears because I stayed up all night writing this sketch. I was so excited. I came in, I asked if you had any questions, and you stared at me like you were firing me from Tesla and were like, it's not funny. Then you started pawing through my script, like flipping each page, being like, I didn't laugh once, not one time.
My God.
Two things. One, she's incredibly soft. It explains why SNL is unwatchable, and I have no idea who she is. But I could totally see Elon Musk doing that. He's a billionaire. He's probably an a-hole, and I have no problems. Like, I love the fact that he brought back X and free speech. I love the fact he's going to whittle away these jobs. But if that's true, am I surprised? No. A lot of these the guys like Elon Musk, they're never told no.
It is. First of all, the fact that she's a comedy writer and goes on Twitter or whatever this was to say that she burst into tears because somebody didn't like her.
That's awful.
Her sketch.
Yeah, she probably had a mental health day after Trump winning last week.
Yeah.
God.
Now,
Awful.
by the way, she deleted that, and Elon Musk responded.
Good.
Saying, frankly, it was only on Thursday. It was on the Thursday before the Saturday that any of the sketches generated laughs. He says, I was worried. I was like, dang, my SNL appearance is going to be so unfunny that it'll make a crackhead sober. But then it worked out in the end. So he did respond.
Howard, two things I want to say on this. Howard Stern in the 90s was asked to host SNL many times. And he said point blank, he goes, I will do it if I can bring my own writers in. I don't want your writers writing because I can't be in a sketch that's unfunny. It will hurt my brand.
Mm-hmm.
So they said no. So he never hosted SNL in his whole popularity in the 90s because he was like, I can't take the risk of being in something unfunny.
Yes.
Because it'll hurt my brand. Elon Musk, even though it's not, he doesn't, why would he want to be in something that's unfunny?
I agree. Why would you want to be on SNL, period, in 2024? It hasn't been funny in 20 years.
Also, if you have not watched the movie Saturday Night, it's streaming right now on Apple, I think. It is fabulous. It's about the first show of SNL.
This is in my wheelhouse.
1975. It is like it's the 90 minutes leading up to the first live show and all the disaster that is. You talk about a bunch of people in their 20s and 30s, a bunch of renegades who were just like the standards and practices came in and they were crossing out words they couldn't say on TV. The writers literally took the standards and practices thing, burned it, and threw it out the window.
Wow.
So, like, you're talking about, like, a group of renegades that came out and be like, I don't care what you say. We're going to go on and do this whether you like it or not. And what it evolved into with this woman crying because somebody didn't like her sketch.
You're right. Now, let me ask you this.
Tough business.
Exactly.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, could you? I mean, I've float out ideas for the show, for the station all the time. Sometimes they're brilliant. Other times they don't even get responses. Right? Like that's what happens. If you're a content creator, you're always thinking.
I'll get back to you.
I'm not talking about anything specific, but I mean, it's just you look, you're gonna whiff. I mean, when you are in the content creation business, I mean, let's talk about Dawn for a second. Dawn, you do 30 hours of radio a week. I personally think all 30 hours are exhilarating. But, when you judge yourself as a talent, you might sit there and say, man, you know what? That segment was not my best segment. Or that interview, I didn't think it was going to go. I mean, when you're live and you're shooting 20, 30 hours a week, you're going to have swings and misses. It happens.
Yeah. So here's the problem. She's in for a great disappointment, especially when they fire her, because she's, seriously, because for me, when I do listen back to anything, I hate my
Me too.
I hate
So-
my work.
so do I.
Oh,
So do I.
God, that was horrible. And that's, by the way, what makes you better, because we should all be our own worst critic, I think.
Yeah.
And for those people, I imagine she thinks. She was guarantee you, she was raised that everybody got a trophy, and they say, "You're Chloe, you're so beautiful,
You're 100 right.
You're so fabulous."
Right. Yep. You're
right?
100% right.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're right. Look, I'm on the show, and I'm the program director theoretically. So like nobody's going to air check me. So I air check myself, and I'm just like, well, no. You know what I mean? Like I have meetings. I'm waiting for you.
Yeah, it's coming.
I'm gonna need to have a meeting with myself. I have meetings with myself. So I'm with you. I'm with you on the whole thing of I hate listening back, but sometimes you have to, and it makes you better.
Speaking of that SNL first episode in '75, do you happen to remember who the host?
George Carlin.
Okay.
And the musical guests, there were two. It was Billy Preston and Janice Ian, I think.
Wow.
I only know that because I literally just watched it yesterday. But it was a completely different show. I mean, the cast was barely in the first episode. It was a bunch of sketches. It was stand-up comedy acts.
Oh, yeah.
The hosts were really the main attraction. They had two musical guests. The Muppets were involved in it. Like, it was a completely different show.
I could talk SNL all day, man. All the
too.
different eras and when it was good, when it was decent, when it was terrible.
I wanted to play this. I didn't know how interesting this would be, but I think it will be. So this is on the Patrick Bet-David podcast yesterday. You know, Charlie Kirk, he was part of the Trump transition, or not transition, but he was part of that social media group that helped him. So he talked at length yesterday, and Chris Cuomo was in this too, which I think is interesting, about the blueprint for the Trump campaign 2024. We know a lot of this, but to hear it put this way, I think is super interesting about how this is really what we've been talking about. This is what your big take was about today. This is what we've been talking about how they kind of just pushed aside legacy media and went in this new direction.
Yep.
And the way he talks about this, I think, is super interesting. Phil, if you want to roll it.
However, I disagree. There were still some late breakers and undecided people. I do think that pool was less than 2%, though. I think so. Donald Trump
2% is a lot, though.
And Donald Trump's campaign strategy, of which we helped execute on the ground in some of these states, was that, guys, don't spend your time knocking on doors about a suburban soccer mom who's weighing her options. Instead, because that takes 9 contacts to try to get her, 9 points of contact on average, conversations, discussions, and they could be 30 minutes on it. Instead, turning point, go spend your time in very Republican areas where there are non-registered or what we call disengaged voters. People that like Trump, like his worldview. For example, the bro vote, right? And so this is where we spent our time, and we harvested, not ballot harvested, but we harvested in a very, very powerful way. At Arizona State University, for example, we registered thousands of young men to vote in fraternities. And that was way easier than us going to try to win over swing voters. And we did a little bit of that. But generally, the Trump campaign was brilliant because they threw the Republican consultant playbook out. The Republican consultant playbook was spend all your time on the middle, on those like middle 15% swing voters, and go all in. Trump campaign said, why don't we just make our base bigger? Why don't we just make the people who love us the most? And so what they looked at was demographics. And they realized if we can make the electorate 3% more masculine, and by the way, they were so smart to do this.
This is Susie?
This is Susie and James Blair and La Savida. And they were so smart because they said, wait a second, what is more important than race? Whether or not you're a man or a woman actually dictates your political affiliation far more of a correlation than your race. So they de-emphasized racial politics and they emphasized more of a masculine machismo approach. And boy, did it work. And not only did it work, you're running up against a woman, so it's easier to kind of make that argument. And so I don't mean to monopolize the time.
But this is really interesting. Keep going.
And so what the Trump campaign then did, the Republican consultant playbook that Karl Rove basically authored was everything is about high propensity. So there's 2 types of voters, high propensity and low propensity voters. A high propensity voter is typically college educated, lives in the suburbs. You know, they watch Chris, they watch CNN, they have an income over $100,000 a year, they have 2 kids and a picket fence, and they go to soccer games and they don't commit crimes. You know, that type of demo, right? High propensity voters is where the Republican Party has always been focused. Okay, but Trump came in and he said, no, we're going to focus on low propensity voters. The welder, the electrician, the carpenter, the police officer, or the person that's just not registered to vote. Where I thought that Donald Trump was going to win, and I wasn't as confident as anybody else, okay, was when I started to see the voter registration surge across the country. In the summer before this last summer, new people that were registering to vote were registering at a clip 3-1 versus Democrat. In Pennsylvania, for the first time ever, in Pennsylvania, for the first time ever, we had every county in Pennsylvania, we were out registering Democrats for the first time ever. Now, mind you, what Josh Shapiro did as governor of Pennsylvania is he put in a thing called motor voter, which means you automatically get registered to vote. They thought that was going to help Democrats.
When you get your license.
When you get your driver's license. It helped Republicans because of lower, think about who's not registered to vote. It's typically lower propensity voters, and PBD, here's the kicker. Where do these people get their information? Lower propensity voters get information on TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
They're not watching CNN. They're not sitting, you know why? These folks are darn tired by the time they get home. They're not turning on cable news. They're watching NFL football games.
Mm-hmm.
They're the ones that are not going to be able to quote to you, Marbury. They're not,
strategy.
by the way.
It's also this.
Yeah, it's also the phone. So what Donald Trump campaign did is they hacked the 2024 election, not in a way that people would think, where they said, wait a second, everyone has a supercomputer in the right-hand pocket. Why are we worried about what CNN is saying or MSNBC is saying? Why don't we win the information war? And then finally, the kicker. They said, why don't we go on the most ambitious, over-the-top, low-propensity voter communication strategy on Theo Von, Joe Rogan, Nelk Boys, Logan Paul, influencer strategies, right? And so what they said is there's this whole reservoir.
Freaking brilliant.
And the final kicker, my mandate at Turning Point was very simple. Charlie, turn Trump supporters
into Trump loyalists or something.
There you go. So to me, it is super smart. Trump circumvented the legacy media, the mainstream media. He went right around them, making this little pivot if you're watching on YouTube. And he reached where the masses go now. And some of them are still up and coming. But super interesting there because you have Chris Cuomo, then you have Charlie Kirk with Patrick Bet-David. Kind of interesting to see that dynamic playing out there in that clip. But what I think is fascinating is think about what Trump did throughout, and he mentions football there. Trump went to the Alabama-Georgia game, right? Trump was involved. There was J.D. Vance going to the Penn State-Ohio State game and engaging and activating the young men. And this is where Dawn talks about young men are tired of being told that masculinity is some bad thing. It's evil. It's toxic. And what are you seeing now? And I know it's social media and it's a small segment, but you're seeing all these frat pros, right? And they're doing the Trump dance, right? Like they found a way to modernize. Like I didn't realize just how much time. So you're going to spend 9 different attempts to contact one suburban mom who's undecided. You're not making the most of your available time. If you can reach the masses quicker, as opposed to spending 45 minutes with one individual, that might not pan out. I mean, what's the old adage? Don't work harder, work smarter. Mm-hmm. They worked smarter.
Yep.
Really what they did. By the way, Charlie Kirk, very, very, very bright guy.
So who will take so there's a lot of talk. This is cut 12 on the Senate seats for Marco Rubio, right? And for J.D. Vance. Scott Jennings on CNN has a solution or has a suggestion, actually.
Oh, boy. You're teeing this one up. This is going to be a doozy, I think.
Cut 12, go.
If Marco Rubio does, in fact, become Secretary of State, we're going to need a new senator from the state of Florida, and we need someone with Rubio's national security credentials. Now, there's one Floridian who can do it. He stood up to the Russians and the Iranians in the 1980s when he defeated the Iron Sheik and Nikolai Volkov, 2 of America's most lethal foes. He is a real American. He fights for the rights of every man. He knows that courage is the thing that keeps us free. Ladies and gentlemen, I announce Ron DeSantis, get on it. Hulk Hogan for U.S. Senate.
Oh, he's got the Hulkamania shirt.
When Hulkamania runs wild on you, brother.
All right, we got to leave it there, everyone.
Boy, how do you feel?
Thank you very much.
Boy, that went
Thank
over
you for
like
watching.
That went over like a lead balloon in that room.
Yeah, it's hard to joke with people that don't have a sense of humor. Like I don't think I've ever. I mean, you wonder why CNN's up. Like Abby Phillip, really, that's the best she got. She's lifeless. She makes Anderson Cooper look like the life of the party. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's not going to happen. But interesting because I think Jennings is probably, and I'm trying not to be a total partisan hack here, but boy, I tell you what, he's fearless. He gets in there, he butts heads. And then he tries to and I think people take him on a serious level because he was a part of the Bush administration for GW43. But then he works in a little bit of comedy there. I played him earlier in the Big Take. He's taking swipes at Jimmy Kimmel. He's not just a nuts and bolts politics guy. He'll try to throw in a jab or two. I like it.
James Carville goes off on D.C.-based Democrats for pushing identity S-word.
Are we sure this is censored?
I'm hoping.
Okay, because I know you requested that last night.
I did.
It was right at the top.
You should see our show sheets and our cut sheets and stuff. And yeah, of course, Don, I'm talking to you. No, I'm kidding. But I have.
Oh boy.
I actually spelled out what words I wanted censored in this video. So I'm hoping.
Sometimes I use red font when I do it in my emails. Sometimes I highlight it in yellow. I might go font 72 one day just to get a rise out of Phil. Please edit this. Times New Roman 72 font.
All right, James Carville going off.
Let's get it there and let's act like an opposition party. An opposition party. We have no power.
By the way, stop. What the hell is there a cat? Is that a baby? What is that?
Tell your great-grandson to pipe down. Yeah, he'll get his puffs in his binky.
I actually think that's a cat.
Is that a cat?
I think so.
Well, Carville.
No.
LSU fan and a cat guy.
Phil, can we start it over, my friend? And go.
Let's get it there and let's act like an opposition party. An opposition party. We have no power. You understand that? None. We have no legislative power. We have no executive power. We have no judicial power.
All right, wait, hang on. This is just, I can't.
I think it's a cat.
It is 100% a cat.
He's cat sitting for Keith Olbermann.
He's recording a podcast.
I know.
Just move the cat into another room.
I know.
No, what is...
Put the cat outside.
Why is the cat so upset?
Because the Democrats lost. It's a liberal feline.
Or maybe the cat loves Trump and wants him out.
Is that a MAGA kitty? Is he ill-tempered?
Oh, God. All right.
It's a very vocal kitty
It
cat.
is a very vocal cat. I like cats, but the ones that are annoying like that, it's like,
yeah.
God.
Yeah.
All right. Keep going.
So when you're out of power, you're an opposition party. And go and tell all of the people that are sending you and asking you for money, justify what you did, justify what you did wrong, and tell us what you're going to do different. Because what you've done ain't worth it. All right?
Yeah.
Get your head around that. In all of the Washington-based Democrats farting around, going to wine and cheese parties and talking about how misogynistic race is, get your ass out of Washington.
Yeah.
And go work on a 2026 campaign and do penance.
Yeah.
To make up for your damn arrogance and stupidity.
Yeah.
So we're not going to say, well, we're going to say we told you so. We told you this identity was disaster. We told you to get out in front of public safety issues. You didn't. We told you to have an open process and demonstrate the magnificent and staggering and deep talent that exists in the modern Democratic Party. You didn't.
No.
We
You have
told
no
you to
bench.
differentiate yourself from Biden. You didn't. I hate to be some know-it-all, but all of these things are part of the record.
Wow. Man.
Funny how they all abandon identity politics and the woke stuff and all the nonsense after the fact. Well, I knew that this would be our undoing. Well, if everybody seemed to know the undoing was coming for the Democrat Party, why didn't you pivot? Why didn't you change the policy? Why didn't Joe abandon it by year 3? Kamala in the final 100 days.
You're 100% right.
Right?
All these people are like, I told you about this. No, you didn't.
No, you didn't.
You should have sounded the alarm 8 months ago.
You know, the thing about it is, I can't even get beyond the cat.
Not me neither.
The truth is, you cannot. So what they did was they contained the cat someplace, and the cat is vocal and is complaining.
Yeah.
The cat, much like all of us conservatives, wants freedom. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's going, you losers, you don't even get it.
Get me out of this cage.
Freedom.
The Carville cage.
Yeah.
How about that look, by the way? He's got a red undershirt on.
Oh, that's his look, man.
Then the purple shirt.
Yeah.
And then the yellow, green, and purple sweater.
Well, he's an LSU fan, dude.
Yeah, I know.
That's the LSU colors.
Yeah, he's mad, man. Bama housed them last week.
Yeah.
It was big. Loved it.
Anybody who cages a cat, or any animal like that cat is not happy.
Yeah.
Michael Pelka says the cat is running from hungry Haitians. Oh, that's just not right, Michael. How dare you?
They're eating the cats.
No, I guarantee you they
dare
put it in some kind of a cage or whatever, and the cat is.
But he's doing it.
complaining.
He's doing a podcast. Take the cat somewhere else.
I know. My wife took on election night when I was hosting from the Kayal Command Center. The wife took the dog upstairs. I was like, get him out of here. I can't have him yipping and barking.
Right, but you don't want to cage. You're not going to cage your dog, and your dog's like, "Oh, why are you doing this?" That's what the cat's. The cat's like, "Wow, why are you
cage
doing
him
this?"
when we leave for the day.
You do?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Why?
Well, that kind of defeats the ppurpose of having the dog there to bite a burglar.
Yeah, well, they want to come in and take it, but take whatever you have. Take whatever you want. I don't care.
You cage the dog?
When we go away for like an entire day, if we're gone for 10 or 12 hours.
10 or 12 hours.
Yeah.
Don't you have somebody who comes in and walks them or feeds them?
I don't have friends. And I'm just kidding. No, I don't. No. Most times he's good, and most times we don't. But he's had a couple of stretches as he's now approaching 5 years old and still doesn't want to listen at times. There's a few times where he'll get a little combative, and it's not that he'll make a mess in the house, like he won't poop or do the other business, but he'll occasionally try to jump up into the bread basket. And he pulls off a rack of hot dog rolls, or he's a big carb guy.
Yeah, that's good.
I don't feel like coming home and seeing all my hamburger rolls destroyed. Those brioche buns are expensive.
Oh, God. All right, let's break for Bruno.
All right.
Bruno can critique your brioche front comment.
brioche buns. Bruno needs to be. We need to do 20 minutes on your brioche buns.
You can clip it if you'd like. From Carville to Bruno, we go. That'll be fun. By the way, I'd love to see a Carville Bruno show together. You imagine those two guys, those veterans chopping it up?
They would be great together.
Oh, cursing up a storm.
Yeah.
All right, we will continue with Tony Bruno on the other side, but first a word from our friends at DuckDuckGo, because it's very simple these days. The internet, it's not a safe place, and that's the truth. Identity theft, stealing your personal information, and look, we're to blame for it, right? We purchase things from different retail outlets, the convenience of online shopping, and then boom, next thing you know, people have your information. Well, DuckDuckGo is here to help with your online privacy and security, and they want to take it to the next level, a subscription-based service. That's why I am so excited to use Privacy Pro, because it's a 3-in-1 privacy service. First of all, right off the top, secure VPN, anytime, anywhere. Secondly, identity theft restoration. So when you make a mistake and it's not your fault and that information gets out there, they will help you restore it. And then, of course, personal information removal. And we're not talking like, Mark Cuban deleting pro-Kamala tweets. We're talking about really serious things that you don't want hackers and scam artists and con artists to have. So take advantage of it today. 3-in-1. It's a 7-day trial offer. Absolutely free. Just go to duckduckgo.com/1210. And then after that, you're going to want to remain protected. So all they're asking for is $9.99 per month. Do it today. We're all doing it here at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And check it out, duckduckgo.com/1210.
If you're in need of a midweek boost, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is America's #1 sportsbook, has you covered with Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack.
Hump Day, Hump Day, Hump Day.
That's right, Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack. Now, every Wednesday, you can get parlay profit boosts on everything from spreads to over-unders and even player props. So don't let the weekend, have all the fun. Take advantage of the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack.
Hump Day, Hump Day, Hump Day.
Who knows, it might just become your favorite day. Look for the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack in the FanDuel app to find your profit boost. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA and 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, present in PA. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do you have shoeboxes full of old videotapes and photos with memories you'd love to share with the family this Christmas? Right now, get exclusive early access to Legacy Box's biggest deal of the year. Digitize your memories for just $9 per tape. That's right, only $9 to preserve and share your precious moments. VHS, VHS-C, Hi8, film reels, and more, saving you over $15 per item. Not to mention, when you digitize your memories now, Legacy Box sends all your memories back on the cloud, so they're easy to access by Christmas, and you can relive them with your family just in time for the holidays. You've heard about Legacy Box all year, but now is the best time to digitize your memories. Hurry, this $9 deal won't last long. Head to legacybox.com/value for early access to our best deal of the year. Don't wait. Secure your digitized memories by Christmas at legacybox.com/value.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is a commercial for California Psychics, America's most trusted psychic network. So, if you're waiting for a sign, this is it. No, really, this is it. You won't see your soulmate's face in the clouds or your career path mapped out in your cappuccino foam. This really is it. We could add some dramatic sound effects if you'd like. So what you waiting for? Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Woohoo! Another girls' night out. I'm so stressed from shopping, I couldn't find anything. Have you tried shopping jewelry television, JTV? I don't know. Everyone in my family is so different. JTV has thousands of jewelry styles. Artisan, diamonds, pearls, colored gemstones, watches, even gift sets. I shop on TV and online.
New JTV customers save up to $40 when you shop jtv.com/radio.
Now, can you relax? Yes. Another round? Yes.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Dude, you're getting torched. You're getting torched, brother.
Oh, yeah. That's all right. Daddy can take it. Fire away.
The YouTube chat is lit up with the fact that you are horrible.
I'm a horrible
pet owner. For caging your dog for 10 hours.
I can take your shots. Go right ahead. Give it to me. Give me your best shot. Just all I say is don't swing and miss.
91 LSXer says Christy Nome is exchanging info with Nick Kayal.
I will be part of the Trump transition team as I will head up domestic housing for animals.
Rob writes, caging your dog for 10 to 12 hours is inhumane. I have zero respect for Kayal. Dude's a legit loser.
Wow. Okay.
Man.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just happy that I'm not taking the shrapnel today.
I never said you would love everything that came out of my mouth when I signed on, folks.
EKZ says, does Nick crate his children too?
Well, we can explore that in future meetings.
Man, I don't. You are whoopah. It's great.
You think Tom Homan is F around and find out? Wait till you see me.
Do you think Tony Bruno would cage his dog?
No. The only dogs Tony Bruno takes are on Monday Night Football. What
exactly
up, Bruno?
Right, man.
Good morning, and thank you for joining me today. Doesn't it seem like a year since the election? So much stuff has happened in the last week.
Yes.
This has been the craziest week ever, but the joy is back. By the way, I have 2 cats, and we have a dog that's staying with us. We only crate the dog when we go out and leave her alone because the dog, goes and scratches the door.
Yeah.
You never cage a cat. Unless, you got a Florida Panther. And by the way, they're a great hockey team. And Miss Robin and I drove across Alligator Alley to go watch Flyers Panthers last Saturday night over there in Sunrise, Florida. What a great game. That was the best sporting event I've seen this year, believe it or not, in person. It was the only sporting event I've seen in person live other than the Super Bowl. But the energy in the building was great. And Mishoff didn't play, and then they bring him back, and the Flyers are playing better. The Eagles obviously are the talk of the entire NFL. Now, Colin Cowherd, who 5 weeks ago said they were a mess, now all of a sudden says they're a great team.
Yep.
So that's the difference between politics and sports, guys.
Yeah.
Sports is a week-to-week gut-wrenching experience, especially in Philly, right? 76ers, they've already been mathematically eliminated. And now they played that did you watch any of that game? I turned it on last night. My
the
head
NBA
exploded.
Cup with the blue court.
Oh,
awful.
Let's make up a sport where there's a make-believe trophy to try to get people close enough to Christmas Day when the NBA season actually starts, right?
Maybe we should bring in Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy to clean out the efficiency in the NBA.
Wow. And then you turn on the TV and it looks like they're playing in the bottom of a swimming pool.
Mhm.
The floor's blue. Everybody's blue.
I thought they were in
Dawn. It should be red.
I thought they were in Dawn's hot tub.
Not blue.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
What was that, a spring dance hot tub?
By the way, the dog comments are getting such a reaction on YouTube. Phil, can you put up a poll question?
Yeah.
Is Nick out of line caging his dog for 10 to 12 hours? I agree with you, Tony. I agree with you. I think Nick is out of line.
I wouldn't have to do it if he was a better
is
dog.
Nick caging his dog or his cat?
No, I don't have a cat, Tony.
Nick?
I'm anti-cat.
Oh,
I got 2 cats. They want, they're free range. They don't go outside, though. They're indoor cats.
Okay.
But the cats do whatever the hell they want. They sleep on the bed. They can do everything. They poop in the litter box. You don't have to take them out for a walk.
Yeah.
They're the easy, and they love you back. Because our cats love us. I mean, they sleep with us, because they're ragdoll. So they're like the puppy cats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're like little dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is Nick out of line for caging his dog for 10 to 12 hours?
Yeah.
I'm voting already, yes.
I'm voting
You got
yes,
one
too.
yes. It's 100% right now. Now
But
it's down
that's
to
only
65.
2% of the
Let's
vote
keep
in,
voting.
though.
By the way, Bucks County is still trying to count the votes to see if Bob Casey lost. Can you believe that's happening, Dawn? They're still actually looking for ballots in Bucks County.
It's amazing.
It really is
It's
amazing.
By the way, everybody get over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Vote on the poll question. Is Nick out of line for caging his dog 10 to 12 hours?
Yes.
It's the best thing we'll do all day today. Nick.
You're darn right. And just to clarify, just to defend myself for a split second, it only happens 4 to 6 times a year. Like if I go up to my sister's for the day in the Lehigh Valley and it's, I don't drive 90 minutes each way to spend 90 minutes up there, I'm just not going to come home to, property being destroyed. I can't tolerate it.
By the way, Nick, Bix writes in, you should do a show from a crate for 4 hours. Let's get a big crate, put Nick in there.
I lived
By
in
the
a
way,
crate for 2 years before my family got up here.
By the way,
Called a studio.
My sources here, my sources right across Florida, over on the East Coast at Mar-a-Lago, are reporting that Rich Zeoli is now in line to be the Undersecretary of Defense, and the entire Zeoli army will be drafted to go fight in future wars. That's breaking news just handed me from my sources deep at Mar-a-Lago.
Amazing.
Let me start with this because you've been in the media for a long time. I mean, you've done it all, dude. You've done radio, you've done TV, you've done news, you've done sports. Where are we at right now? Because MSNBC's ratings have collapsed. CNN is getting ready to just gut everybody that's making a bloated salary. I mean, what is this? Just shifting dynamics? Is this Trump? I mean, what exactly do you make of this with where they're at?
I think the media has finally been exposed, and I've been saying this for years. This isn't just a new thing because of an election year. I've been saying the Philadelphia Inquirer is the worst example. I mean, they're still publishing stuff that is laughable. I mean, they may as well just shut that thing down now. Seriously, they're trying to sell subscriptions for $1 for 6 months of coverage. What does that tell you? You can't even pay for Will Bunch's lunch for that. So the bottom line is the media has basically destroyed themselves. That we people saw through the media. We know politicians all lie. We know people, the people who are running for office are going to promise you everything. That's the way it's always been. But the media in this country this year is DOA. I mean, you talk about MSNBC, they're still crying. They're still crying, yet they're all going to lose their jobs. And I don't like seeing people lose their jobs. And the Doge people, by the way, I said when I was doing morning talk at WCAU back in the 1990s, I would have government waste people on all the time, not Trump in a trash truck, people talking about how much money our government spends on things that are just, it should be $5 and they're $150. The amount of government waste that people are now reporting. Why is my phone going crazy? Anyway, the government of this is going to be the biggest thing ever. And I know they're going to go crazy. Oh, Elon Musk works for the government. He's got SpaceX. This is going to be an independent thing. And Musk actually said he will post it transparently on all of the things we see. And it's so easy to find. You don't need to be a rocket scientist like Elon Musk is to point out where the government is wasting money. And I'm telling you, you work for the government, you better get your resumes ready. I hear they're hiring you don't go to MSNBC or CNN. And by the way, speaking of CNN, Scott Jennings has single-handedly saved CNN. Do you realize that?
Yeah.
Because MSNBC steadfastly stuck to their just left-wing propagandist, all going crazy, and their audience basically cratered. CNN brought this Scott Jennings guy in, and he's been the only reason to watch. The guy is funny, he's glib, he's smart, and he doesn't take any crap. And then I told you earlier that the woman at night whose show he goes on, she's got she's a Washington Post reporter who got a TV show at night.
Yep.
So she's milquetoast. She's just, she's just there.
Traffic cop.
She's a DEA.
Oh, you cut out, Tony. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. No, good.
Okay.
Pravda, you're right. Pravda is more trusted than the Inquirer and the Philadelphia Daily News.
You mentioned Elon and Vivek and the Department of Government Efficiency, but there's been a big Florida flavor to Trump's moves so far. Marco Rubio, Waltz, and not Tim Waltz, by the way, and Rick Scott presumably is the favorite to be the Senate Majority Leader. When you look at all of these other moves, you got Pete Hegseth. He's coming from television, but he's a combat veteran, Ivy League educated, Princeton and Harvard. I'm down on the Ivy Leagues these days, but still smart dude and a military guy. It seems like Trump has really kind of, and I don't love every move. I'm not saying I like Rubio. I don't really know about Kristi Noem in the role that she's been given, but for the most part, it seems like these have been moves that the Trump fan base out there almost universally likes.
And the thing about Pete Hegseth, the fact that the media and even Elizabeth Warren calling him a Fox News weekend host is an insult. Your Secretary of Defense doesn't have to be a guy who wears a full face shield and disappears for a couple of weeks while there's wars going on. It's got to be somebody who can stand up and speak out on behalf. Now all these left-wing sites, Aaron Rupar, who still somehow has a job, making fun of the fact that Hegseth just last week was saying that he doesn't think we should have women in combat roles in the military. And now all of a sudden that makes him a bad guy. Who wants, I'm not saying there shouldn't be women in the military. They should be. But to say that you're going to put him on the front lines, that's what a guy who's been on the front line says. So if that's going to make him, he's going to be the defense secretary, whether you like it or not. The guy is smart. He's got 2 Bronze Stars. And then Elizabeth Warren, of all people.
She's big mad, yep.
A fake Indian who got into Harvard and got paid money for lying. She's got the gonads. Well, she does. I don't know if she has gonads. She doesn't have anything. Massachusetts, by the way, is now officially the dumbest state in America. I thought it was California between Liz Warren, the stupid governor, and the stupid mayor of Boston. They right now, to me, are at the top of the list of dumbest government officials in the entire country. You have Gavin Newsom out there in California. I mean, he's atop the leader. He's on the Mount Rushmore of bad politicians. But Massachusetts, you give me a state that is more inept and has hired more and has elected more dumb people than the state of Massachusetts. Name one.
Yeah, it's amazing the backlash to the Hegseth hire, because, I mean, this is, to me, and I'll make a sports analogy, and that'll actually take us to the next topic, with that being Michael Strahan. That would be like the Giants hiring Michael Strahan, and somebody that disagrees with is saying, you're hiring a guy from Fox NFL Sunday on television? Yes, but he played the game. He was a great football player, which I think qualifies you to coach football. Pete Hegseth, yes, was on TV, but he's a combat veteran. He's been on the front lines. He knows what that entails and what that's like. So I don't understand the outrage, other than the fact that it's entry level, which gets me to Strahan. Your thoughts on the way people are, in my opinion, in overreaction for not putting his hand on his heart during the national anthem? What's your take?
Well, I mean, listen, I didn't go crazy. First of all, I don't watch the pregame shows.
Right.
I turn the TV on right before kickoff when Scott Hansen comes on and says 7 hours of uninterrupted football starts right now.
Yep.
That's when I turn on the TV at 1 o'clock, because I pay a lot for YouTube TV and the NFL Red Zone. We don't have to do that because the Eagles are on Prime Video, unless you don't have Prime Video. But I guess they'll show it locally, right? If you don't have Prime, that game will be on Channel 6, I presume.
Tomorrow night. Yep.
Right, and locally in Philly. So to me, I don't pay attention to that stuff. Now, I saw the clip of it. Did I go crazy? I know Michael Strahan. I work with him at Fox. Michael Strahan was a great player. He does a great job on Fox, and then he goes and now he's got a morning show, just like Nate Burleson.
Yep.
Nate Burleson was a football player, and now he's doing everything. He's on the CBS morning show. He does CBS NFL. So these guys are sharp guys who do a great job, and they move up the food chain. I don't have a problem personally with Michael Strahan. He's a great guy. But the guy confronting him, he should have addressed it. Because, if you're on Good Morning America, you have to address that and say, I'm sure they didn't ask him, right?
Yep.
On Monday morning.
Mm-hmm.
Did they ask him?
No, and to your point,
it?
at least Jason Kelsey addressed him smashing the cell phone on the Monday Night Countdown show after he blasted that guy at Penn State.
That's because ESPN said to him, hey, Jason, you got to get ahead of this thing. Go on at the beginning of Monday Night Football. Everybody's watching. Just say, hey, you know what? I lost my cool. But most people agree Jason Kelsey was in the right, because you can't have some strapper come up to you. Strapper, again, a word that has not been used. Yep. I believe Donald Trump should put strapper back in the lexicon of everyday usages.
As I was saying.
Offensive. Yes. It's not, strapper's a word that's not really offensive.
Mm-hmm.
It's not profane. It's not offensive.
But it makes the
point. It's just
point.
something we can use.
Yeah.
It's just a good word.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think strapper, if I were Department of Doge, I would make sure strapper gets into the everyday lexicon of everyday sports talk, news talk, fact, traffic, weather talk, dawn talk, wherever you're talking.
Dawn talk. I like it.
Dawn coming up, 10 to noon, right?
Yeah,
As
damn
you said,
right.
30 hours.
30 hours.
Is there anybody else at the radio station that works 30 hours a week on air?
No.
I mean, I go both ways.
Nope. Nope. Just Dawn. Just Dawn. The MVP, the backbone of the organization.
By the way, Dawn, we have a YouTube poll up. Is Nick out of line for caging his dog for 10 to 12 hours?
Yep.
I'm going to say
what's the update?
88% yes.
74% say yes. 26% say no. A lot of voting. YouTube.com/.
You and Kristen can drop the dog off at my house.
Okay.
I
Or
don't
my
live that
house.
far from you.
I'm fine with
Or
that.
Nick's house.
I'm going to remember.
Don't cage the dog.
Phil, James, mark the tape. Mark the tape, because I'm taking a summer vacation this year. Mark the tape.
Killing me.
Beth says you're a horrible dog owner. Full stop. Just a few times a year.
I think
hire some help.
we have to close the polls right now. I think the people have spoken in a landslide on the 1210 WPHT Kayal and Company morning show poll. We are closing the polls. No late ballots. We're not going to find votes later on in the coffee room.
Fox News has called it.
Christy Nome is going to hire you as her assistant.
That's right. Even Christy Nome is looking at you, Nick Kayal, and saying, how dare you?
I agree. I'm a bad person.
By the way,
no doubt.
crate train. Can't you crate train?
We've tried. We've done it all. He's a wild. He's a free spirit. He's just,
You're a bad
Bucks
doggy
County
daddy.
is still counting the Bucks County has now added the dog poll to try to get Bob Casey over the finish line. When is Bob Casey going to concede?
Yeah,
Dawn?
what happens
When is he gonna
first?
concede?
Bob
Dawn?
Casey concedes, or I crate train my dog.
You should put Bob Casey in the crate.
I
with your
agree.
Dog
Put him in the
until he
bathroom.
concedes.
Leave him there.
Put him in the bathroom and leave him in there.
Dawn, do we have any updates on Bob Casey, or is he still sifting through the papers?
Nope.
Still fighting a good fight?
He's he's not conceding. I keep
Shouldn't
searching.
Josh Shapiro say to the guy, hey, Bob, I'm going to be the nominee. The Democrats are going to put me up in 2028 because I wanted nothing to do with Kamala and be her vice presidential pick.
Mhm.
It was the smart move. Why are you doing this to me now? Just concede and stop looking like an election denier when, they were the party that called anybody who questioned 2020 election deniers. Bob Casey's an election denier, is he not?
Yeah. Yes, at this point, yeah. Yes, he is.
Mike on the YouTube chat is blaming me. He says Nick needs a raise so he can afford a dog walker.
I'm not going to object to anything that he just said.
So now it's my fault, Don.
Copy and paste that one as well, Phil.
We should continue this conversation.
We
on the other
should.
side.
Tony Bruno's going to stick around for the 9 o'clock hour, which will be brought
By
to
the
you
way,
by
how about my
Because
salute
Unlocked.
to service?
Oh, yeah.
Sweater today.
I like that.
Eagles.
By the way,
Even John Fetterman.
Yeah.
Eagles.
What number is that? What number is that? That's not Kevin Cobb, is it?
No, that's it. That's Antonio Brown. Actually, it was a Carson Wentz, but now A.J. Brown has
A.J.
it.
Brown, yeah.
A.J. Brown. So I just take the Wentz off the back and put Brown on there, and it's still as good as new.
Eagles. It's amazing.
I'll take Antonio Brown as well if we can get him. Or
Well,
maybe-
Antonio
maybe-
Brown, I mean.
He might be in the Trump administration at this point. Who knows?
He's going to be the interior secretary for when he videotapes some of his dalliances.
Antonio,
You know what I'm saying?
Antonio Brown has been tabbed to the Trump social media coordinator for the next 4 years. All right, Kayal and Company. Bruno sticks around for the 9 o'clock hour. I want to get Tony's thoughts on marriages and politics. We'll talk to Tony about that, as well as the Nick Bosa sack dance, the NFL fining him for the MAGA hat, as well as some Eagles and some Phillies on the other side. It's Kayal and Company.
Sack dance?
Yeah, remember he was doing the sack dance.
I didn't know it was a sack dance.
It's apparently a sack dance.
Don't
yeah.
have you ever done a sack dance?
Dawn, have you ever done the YMCA dance like Trump? You and Larry late at night dancing like that?
Oh yeah, that's us.
Yeah.
You can do that in Italy.
Yeah, we can do it in Italy style, the
There you
Italian
go.
Riviera. You got to come away with me to paradise once again on a gastronomical event that only Conservative Tours can deliver. Join me for 11 luxurious days with the professionals from Conservative Tours, the best tour operator in Italy, hands down, A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, Portofino, Rapallo, Santa Margherita Ligure, Tuscany, and the brilliant Cinque Terre, 5378. Yes, that includes your airfare, dining events at the wineries in Tuscany, even an authentic farm visit to see Parmesan cheese being crafted by hand. Just call toll-free 888-733-9494. You can also go to conservativetours.com. Scroll down, you'll see the full itinerary, some pictures on conservativetours.com. You'll see the hidden Italian villages that you've never seen in person before, like Giacomo Puccini, San Gimignano, the Leaning Tower of Pisa, Florence, and Milan. And we will conclude this incredible tour on the Lakes region with Bellagio, Orta, and Isola Bella. Join me next spring in Italy. I'll see you in Cinque Terre, conservativetours.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
You may have heard, Wawa has pizza. And right now, Wawa has pizza at a really great price.
Wawa has personal pizza for a night of gaming.
And it's only $6.
Wawa has pizza for when we don't want to cook.
And a 14-inch is $8.
Wawa has pizza for after practice.
A 16-inch to feed the team, $10. Right now, get a personal 14 or 16-inch Wawa pizza for just $6, $8, or $10. Wawa has pizza for all at a really great price.
When you're hiring for your business, ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. This made us wonder, what if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter? Math problems wouldn't be so problematic.
K equals 42.
Escape rooms? Elementary. and summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Simple. So, see what the world is like when ZipRecruiter does the hard work of hiring for you. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
This Thanksgiving at Total Wine & More, find bourbons and Cabernets that you adore. Our helpful guides are so friendly and nice. So many bottles to try at the lowest price. So gather with friends as you sit down to eat. Grateful for all who made Thanksgiving complete.
With curbside pickup available and the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21. It's a great month to get a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. You'll be thankful because there's so many fabulous offers to take advantage of. Lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. Costco members save even more, up to $2,000 in additional rebates. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships really do matter.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Need to hire quality candidates fast? You need Indeed. Their video interview tool makes it easy and effortless to meet with candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Wawa's Hot Turkey is back, and it's bringing the comforting flavors of the season with it. Sink into savory stuffing, cozy up with sweet cranberry sauce, and relax into some warm, buttery mashed potatoes. Grab your pillows and blankets, because Hot Turkey is back. Plus, get your cozy cravings satisfied from the comfort of your bed with $0 delivery when you order on the Wawa app. Try the Wawa Gobbler today in a hoagie or bowl for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's probably not FEMA, that's for sure. It's Kayal Company. As we roll on, Nick, Dawn, Greg, and Bruno, because it's a Tony Bruno Wednesday here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And speaking of FEMA, we got a lot of different things to hit on with Tony here for the next 10 minutes or so. I wanted to get your thoughts on this FEMA situation because we do have an update, and we talked about it last week with you about FEMA workers not going to properties and residences that were the homes and the land of Trump supporters. And now, in the aftermath of this lady ends up being fired. The media tries to cover up the identity of the individual that was issuing these memos in writing. And then, Tony, we find out that it's not an isolated thing to just Florida. I mean, this also happened in the Carolinas as well. FEMA, another one of these politically tainted and corrupt agencies.
On day one, the woman in charge of FEMA, she's got to go. I mean, there will be so many pink slips given out on January 20th. I'm going to start a pink slip factory right now. I'm going to come up with merch. By the way, you want to talk about great merch?
Yeah.
Elon Musk is talking about merch for the Doge, the government of. They'll be able to actually, if they put merch out that has Doge on it.
Oh yeah.
To get rid of government waste, that'll lower that'll reduce the deficit by $1 trillion just with that merchandise.
I've seen the logo of speaking of dogs that don't go into cages, the logo that Elon and Vivek put out, there's a picture of like an animated dog with the Doge logo. Those things are going to sell like hotcakes around here.
Absolutely. How about that, man? We're solving all the world's problems just on this show alone.
That's correct.
We got kids in cages. We got dogs in cages. We got government. We got Elon Musk triggering. We've got the Guardian getting off of X. All these people are getting off of X. Some of them should be on X so that they can actually feel better about their lives. These are losers, and they all got to go.
They got to go.
They all got to go. Bye-bye.
That's right.
Bye-bye.
You know, one man that about a month ago, 6 weeks ago, everybody was saying, pack your bags. Maybe you need a pink slip as well. That was Nick Sirianni. Ever since he shaved his head, the Eagles went from 2-2 to a 5-game, 6-game win streak now, and they get the Commanders tomorrow night. And by the way, how much joy did you take seeing the Eagles just put the Cowboys out to pasture for the rest of the year?
You know, the first half was a little entertaining because the Eagles were making mistakes. And then, the Cowboys actually had a chance to take the lead. But I actually tweeted during the game in the second half. I asked the question, and I got a lot of responses on X at Tony Bruno Show. Would it be a violation if I felt a little bit bad for the Dallas Cowboys right about now? And the reaction was unbelievable. And, because I'm a sensitive guy. I'm not like sensitive like the chick at Saturday Night Live who doesn't understand that when you write a comedy routine and it sucks, it's okay to be criticized. That chick should be writing for Jimmy Kimmel. She should write one script, and then all three of the nighttime guys can all use the same script. Jimmy Kimmel, Colbert, and the other guy who's not as dastardly, Jimmy Fallon. Yeah. I mean, he's milquetoast, but he still has to get his shots in too. Yeah. That chick should go right for the nighttime shows because just again, one sheet, do the same jokes every night, and then get paid $10 million and go home and pretend that you're like one of the real people of the world.
Can you imagine that? Can you imagine a comedy writer crying because somebody doesn't like her script?
Oh, I know. Oh. I know. I mean, I gave Bruno ideas years ago in 2011 and 2012. He said they sucked. I agreed. They were bad. I apologized, but I never cried.
There's no crying.
There's no crying.
There's no crying except for Tom Hanks, who's left the country. Now, are we following up on all these celebrities who are leaving the country?
Well, Kathy Griffin has said that she never said that. Kathy Griffin is putting up a fight saying, I never once said that.
Yep.
By the way, back to the Eagles. By the way, shout out to Joe Picozzi up there in the Northeast.
Yeah.
How about Joe Picozzi?
Did you know?
Not Bob Picozzi, who used to be the sports update guy at ESPN back in the day. Bob Picozzi. Joe Picozzi. Young man. Have you seen this dude? He was on, I guess he was on Fox last night with Laura Ingraham.
Mm-hmm. He was.
Yep.
Shout out to the Northeast.
A lot of young guys
years old. Yeah.
It was not endorsed by the Republican Party. Shoestring budget. Beat the Democrat.
He went door to door. He said he knocked on like 70,000 doors.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah, you got to put the work in. There's no doubt. I mean, and you're seeing a lot of these guys that don't have the experience or are young. You go up to the Lehigh Valley. Susan Wild was defeated by Ryan McKenzie. I always want to call him Ryan McCormick. I got Dave McCormick on the brain. So you're seeing a big shift there. And, the other thing, speaking of the strategy, now, Tony, you just mentioned about the 70,000 doors. We played a clip on the cut sheet with Cuomo, Patrick Bet-David, and Charlie Kirk. And Trump went the total different route of, hey, I'm not going to spend 9 different chances on trying to reach one single suburban mom. I'm going to do all these podcasts. You look at where this industry is going. Yeah. The amount of, and I said this in the Big Take this morning, Kamala tried to run a campaign like it was 2004. Trump's the older guy, the Republican, and he's running a campaign that screamed 2024.
Exactly. And then they're still wondering why, she lost. And the crazy thing yesterday, did you see when she went back to the White House and all the staffers came out and they were chanting MVP, MVP? I put it in a sports analogy. I tweeted this out yesterday. That would be like the New York Jets going back to MetLife Stadium to play their next game, and the fans were shouting MVP, MVP to Aaron Rodgers. I mean, that's the equivalent. She's the MVP. She got slaughtered. No. Right? And she's out there, and now the resistance. How can you still have a resistance? Because they were resisting Trump, right, in the 4 years he was president. Then when he wasn't president, they still had the resistance. Mm-hmm. And now that Trump's back in, there's another resistance.
That's right.
Why can't they resist? What are they resisting? Seriously. What are they resisting?
Mm-hmm.
I can't resist temptation, but I still do it. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you. Speaking of resisting, Nick Bosa, this is the final one. This is great. I love this.
I love it. I love this.
The Trump shimmy, the Trump dance when he does the thing with the arms to the YMCA, it's taking off. Frat bros, NFL players, college football players. I've seen females doing it. And then he gets fined. And apparently now the NFL knew they were going to fine him, but they wanted to wait until after the election to fine him $11,000 for the MAGA hat. So this past Sunday, his retribution, so to speak, is to do he gets a sack, and him and the 49ers are all doing it. It's the dance, I think, that's sweeping the nation, Tony Bruno. I actually think you should do it on social media.
How about the fact that Bosa and his teammates on defense were on tape after they won that game against Tampa Bay?
Yep.
They're out there doing the shit. So are they going to fine all those 49ers guys?
Mm-hmm.
It's a joke.
Yeah. And Adam Schefter, the league insider for ESPN, he tweeted out that it is indeed a rule violation, and he gave all the, Rule 5, Subset 3, Section 2, Paragraph 1. So, okay, you're talking about political messaging. What I find to be the biggest hypocrisy is it's okay when the league is giving you the left-wing messaging in the end zone, on the back of the helmets, across the board. And, I mean, I don't know. My guess, I know Jeffrey Lurie is probably not a conservative. I think everybody was aware of that. But a lot of NFL owners are Republican. So this notion that the league tries to placate to the left when the owners are probably largely conservative, and there's probably a lot of Republican men in the NFL that are Trump voters, to me is very hypocritical. Either we don't allow any of it, or we allow both sides to share their political views.
And there shouldn't be. I mean, we shouldn't have politics in sports.
I'm fine with that.
Now, Gary Clark at ESPN, now he's bashing Trump. Even Stephen A. Smith has come to the realization that the people have spoken. And the fact that there are people out there like Gary Clark and all these other people who still are on there spouting about how they hate Trump. And I asked the question of all these people, tell me what right has been removed from your life by Donald Trump. Tell me what he took away from you as an American citizen when he was president. What rights have been taken away? Can anybody name a single solitary right that has been taken away from them?
No.
Seriously, can you?
No. That's why I don't understand the meltdowns.
Right.
And by the way, I'm not having Thanksgiving or Christmas this year. So it's not about family or about politics. Yeah. No, I'm broke. I got to sit at home. I'm going to be here in Florida.
Yeah, but you could...
My only joy, I'm going to go to Target and see Merry Christmas signs, and then I'll be happy.
Well, first of all, Greg Stocker took away my right to comment on the YouTube chat.
Yes. Stay off the chat.
Jesus.
What kind of democracy is this?
See?
Greg Stocker.
It's not a democracy.
He's like Denzel Washington in Training Day. This is not a democracy. This is a dictatorship.
I need these two to keep their heads in the game. I can't have them distracted by Jim Doc, Bix, Edward, Tuna Fang. That's my job to be Kevin. Yeah, come on. Shafe.
By the way,
what a fascist.
Donald Trump has just picked Keith Olbermann as U ambassador. No, I can't say the name of the country for the U.S. ambassador for.
Right.
Did you see that post?
Yeah,
probably.
Yeah.
By the way, programming note. Tony Bruno and Miss Robin will be filling in for Kayal & Company on Wednesday, November 27th and Friday, November
write it down. What's the date?
29th.
Look at it. He's got his calendar on the wall.
So that's the day before Thanksgiving, which is the biggest party day of the year. People don't realize that.
Yep. Yeah.
The Wednesday before Thanksgiving is the biggest drinking and party day of the year.
I used to love
right?
it back in the day. Oh, it was so much
So
fun.
we'll be filling on that.
Yep.
And then we'll be back on Friday, on Black Friday.
Black Friday, yeah. I don't know if you can say
Why
that.
does it have to be Black Friday?
That's
I mean,
that's
that's
a great
racist.
question,
I think Al Sharpton is going to ask for another $500,000 so they can get rid of Black Friday, and then Kamala Harris will send him $500,000, and MSNBC won't have any problem with Al Sharpton doing an interview with her for a $500,000 contribution. It ain't her money.
Yeah.
By the way,
Exactly.
Edward on the YouTube chat wants to know if I'm putting Dawn in a cage by not letting
Yes.
her.
That's right. I'm in a
right.
cage.
Uncaged Dawn Stenson now.
Yeah.
You know, I think we could just take this show from about 7:53 today to now and just run it on loop, and nobody would have an issue. Tony Bruno, always a pleasure, sir.
Yeah.
Love the look with the jersey. And
Thank you, guys.
You want to make a prediction?
man.
I think the Eagles are going to steamroll the Commanders. I'll give my prediction now. Eagles big time tomorrow night on Washington.
No.
You know what? I mean, the way they're playing, I mean, it's been weak. Everybody's been, I don't know, they haven't done this yet. And now yesterday I got all these messages. Oh, look at who they've played. And I said, dude, this isn't college football,
right,
where you get to pick a couple of patsies every year and then run up the score on them and then count that in the standings.
Yep.
You play who you get in the schedule.
Yep.
The Eagles were, the Eagles could have beaten Atlanta. They could be 8-1 right now.
Yep.
Right? They could have lost a couple of those early games.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's what's great about football. It's a week-to-week thing. It's like the election, except we know the results every week. Although I think there'll be Eagles!
Oh, my God. All right, man. I'll talk to you.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
There he is.
Love you.
There he is. Tony Bruno live from Florida.
Thank you.
On his A game today. Man, just bringing it. Just absolutely bringing it. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back and get to our morning mystery movie clip, a big three, and, of course, our Veteran Spotlight World War II edition is coming up. 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by McCausland Lock and Alarm. Business owners, they count on McCausland to secure and control access to their facilities, featuring top-of-the-line equipment, industry-leading customer service, and owner Tom McCausland's wealth of experience. McCausland Lock and Alarm, securing your business and securing your future. Kayal & Company, we're back after this, but first, a word from the Piazza Auto Group.
Yes, because my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands like Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and so much more. These models have such sleek new designs as well as innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. And Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available right now across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, Philly, New Jersey. Diane Cardano, team leader at Cardano Realtors. It's that time again to get your free Thanksgiving apple or pumpkin pie. Stop by the Abington Firehouse for our community Thanksgiving pie open house on November 26th and pick up your pie just in time for the holiday. Also, I'll be signing copies of my newest book that I'm very excited about, Model Home Mindset, where I share the strategies that I use to help home sellers just like you get top dollar for their homes, such as expert negotiating, smart marketing, and strategic planning. Also, Also, I'll reveal insights on the 2025 market forecast, such as prices, mortgage rates, and inventory. So, reserve your free pie today. Enjoy lunch, desserts, and get a copy of my newest book, Model Home Mindset. Go to getfreepie.com. That's getfreepie.com. Or call 215-576-8666, 215-576-8666.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Better water leads to a better everyday experience. With treated water from Martin Water Conditioning, you can experience silky smooth skin, refreshed hair after a morning shower. Your clothes and towels feel softer. They're no longer battered with minerals. Your coffee and teas taste better. Your appliances using water lasts longer. Even before you leave your home, your entire morning experience is improved with better household water. If you want to experience better water, call Martin Water Conditioning 800-887-7555 or go online at martinwater.com.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Did you know millions of people are getting prescription medications for weight loss, sexual health, better sleep, and more, all online? RexMD.com has made getting these medications fast and easy, with free delivery of the most popular medications right to your door. Just fill out a brief survey, and if appropriate, we'll prescribe and ship clinically proven options to help with issues like weight loss.
I've lost 45 pounds so far. It's nice to get back into clothes that I haven't been able to wear for a long time.
We can also help with insomnia.
I slept through the whole night. It made me feel very well rested and ready to go for the day.
And RexMD can improve your sexual health.
I felt like a young man again. My wife is happier. I am definitely much happier.
At RexMD.com, we've made the process fast, easy, and affordable. Visit RexMD.com right now to get started. That's REXMD.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here to tell you why Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at FamilyJewelers.com. That's FamilyJewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
It's a great month to get a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. You'll be thankful because there's so many fabulous offers to take advantage of. Lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. Costco members save even more, up to $2,000 in additional rebates. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships really do matter.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Oh, yeah, 921 Kayal and Company. It is a Wednesday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. We have a lot to do in the final 30 minutes or so. We'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show. Phil Almquist back from his Arizona excursion. He saw the Jets get beat. He saw Kerry Lake get beat. Unbelievable.
I'm interested to see how he enjoyed Arizona.
Yeah.
It looked like from the picture I saw, he sent me a picture.
Yeah.
That he was in his like sweatshirt, so it looks like it was cold.
Yeah.
Colder.
Well, yeah, maybe it was warmer here.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
it gets cold at night.
That's true. It does. It does.
By the way, he was standing on the corner of Winslow, Arizona.
With 7 women.
Thank you. It's awesome. I would go to Arizona just to take that picture, honestly.
How about that?
And to take it easy.
Yeah.
Look at you. Look at you.
We'll do a Kayal and Company Arizona road trip. You just leave me in Scottsdale. I won't come back.
I'll be back with the dog, with Nick's dog in the cage.
Yes.
Oh, you can't get over that.
Nope. I'm going to be with Tom Homan at the Arizona
sin.
border. And I'm going to start caging up bad people. If you come across, you're going in the cage, pal.
Yeah, bad people, not dogs.
I did it to my dog. I'll do it to you.
Oh, that's hideous.
That's right. All right, let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Honey, it's only a few hours to Phoenix. She's fine.
She's not fine.
She's fine. Don't be silly.
She's dead. She must have passed away somewhere near Flagstaff.
Well, we could leave her here, and the first phone we pass, we could call your cousin Normie, and he could come and get her, I guess.
That's the meanest, coldest.
Well, what do you want me to do? Call Federal Express?
Mom, we don't have to ride with the dead person, do we? Please say we don't. Yeah, come on, Mom. It'd be real easy for cousin Normie to find her. All they have to do is look for the buzzards.
Such a great scene.
Think you
Such
know
a great
what it is?
scene.
Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, once again today, a copy of the book Letters to Trump. Caller 12, if you can identify that clip. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. You will get a copy of Letters to Trump, the book. Best of luck. Still ahead this morning, we will get Phil's Today in Music History and our World War II Veteran Spotlight coming up in just about 17 minutes. But before we get to that, let's get to some of the news and get caught up in the world of things outside of maybe politics. Time for a Dawn Stenzelin Big 3 at 9:23.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
So any moment now, President-elect Donald J. Trump will be in the building, kind of an Elvis reference. You know, Elvis has left the building. Now Elvis is in the building. I don't know. You can play with that one. But Trump expected any moment now to enter the building. This is the first time that he's back in the Oval Office since he was president. And the first time, I believe, that he's face-to-face with Biden since that awful debate that triggered Biden to, depending on what you believe, to leave the race and let his Veep run for president.
Boy, what I wouldn't do to be the fly on the wall for that conversation. I would love to just be positioned in a little chair back in the corner and just observe.
Yeah, probably friendlier than people might imagine.
Well, you think? I mean, you know, Schumer was having, cocktails with Hitler at the Al Smith dinner, so yeah, probably is going to be much more cordial than you think.
You know what's not friendly? Did you guys see Jill Biden and Kamala Harris? They didn't even look at one another.
Yeah, I saw it, but it's
social media.
Well,
Social media.
It's like a 13-second clip, and it's, I don't know, maybe that's
a little bad blood, but you don't think it is?
Well, I mean, I do think they all hate each other, actually, probably. I think there is resentment that Joe was, quote, forced out, the whole thing. But I don't know. Everybody started sharing it. It was like 18 seconds. And I'm like, I mean, they were probably sitting next to each other for 90 minutes. I mean, maybe there was a pleasantry. We just didn't see it in that clip.
Look at you. Look at you, Nick Kayal. Thank you, buddy.
But I do genuinely think that there's a resentment there. Because I think Dr. Jill wanted to continue to ride the free gravy train. There's no doubt.
I know you were going to go there.
Yeah.
Well, those days are probably over. But the gravy train is for all ages.
True, yeah.
Those days are never over.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Let's
look
get
at you.
Tony Bruno to
look at you.
talk about his
Right.
Christmas.
Commission of indictable crimes and the abuse of power.
Thank you, Marjorie.
Marjorie. So U.S. inflation, new numbers out, accelerating in October from the pace that it set a month earlier. So will the Federal Reserve, when it meets in mid-December, will they continue to cut interest rates before the end of the year with inflation accelerating? Consumer price index rose, and these are month-to-month numbers. So it rose 2.6% versus a year ago last month, right?
Well, Kamala would have fixed all that, with price gouging and communist solutions like price caps. That would have, we'd have been rolling in the money.
So with the new numbers, what about Christmas shopping, holiday shopping, Hanukkah shopping?
Oh, no.
We're coming up on, we're hearing about Black Friday, to the shoppers. So a couple of things. The tree, our big tree, arrives here in Philadelphia. They call it the holiday tree. They no longer say it's a Christmas tree.
Yeah.
Because it's the tree, it's the Tannenbaum for everybody.
All right. Can Trump issue an executive order on that? I mean, seriously.
Well, I hope that they still, because we always have we did have the Christmas tree, and then we had the menorah right over by Independence Hall. So I hope they're still going to allow the menorah. So if you can allow the menorah, why not the Christmas tree? But they call it the holiday tree. So and it's a real fir, always cut down in Pennsylvania, but it's arriving today, 11 a.m., so a little traffic alert.
Yeah. I think we're going to do real tree this year. We've done the fake one for a couple of years in a row, and it's kind of worn out its welcome, in my opinion. I'm going real this year.
Fake trees are low energy.
Yeah.
Real tree.
We had a really, really nice bushy fake one. It looked really good.
Yeah.
And now I'm like, you know what? I want to do the whole bit. I actually want to cut my own tree down this year.
Nice.
I'm going to go out there with my saw, or I'll borrow Dawn's.
Will you take the dog with you, or will you cradle?
No, he'll be caged. And if he tries to climb the tree like he's an ornament, he'll go caged again.
Oh, my God.
So my interpretation of that is that you were packing that U-Haul in Nashville, and you thought, I'm not taking this bushy fake tree.
I tell you what, that box was heavy as hell, Dawn. Heavy as hell. I'm like, buddy, I need a second guy here. Trust me, it's heavier than it looks.
Well, for Philadelphia, 50 feet tall, that's the tree that'll be the centerpiece right outside City Hall with the skating rink. And they'll decorate it. We'll have the big ceremony, but it will be through January 1st. So that we have that going on. I was just looking up money numbers as far as holiday spending. They're predicting that for holiday spending, it'll be flat this year at about $1,700 per household, on par with the national average. So not big spending, that maybe the retailers hoped for.
$1,700, huh?
Carl says, Nick hates Mother Nature's trees and hates his dog.
I'm really a pleasant individual, I swear.
God.
But you were making fun of Black Friday, or Tony Bruno was.
Yeah,
74% of Philadelphians polled say they are planning to shop during Black Friday week.
Okay.
That's up. So that's good.
Opposed to what? Waiting for Cyber Monday?
Well, what I infer from this poll is that people believe that if they shop earlier, they're going to get the better sales.
I think the polls are wrong again.
Yeah. There's always the last minute shopper, right?
Where's Harry Etten?
Yeah, has
Break
Harry
him down.
Etten looked at the aggregate data?
Yeah.
Is Alan Lichtman going to take some time off?
And that's your big three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. We have John in Glenside, our movie winner this morning. John, what movie do we play for you?
Oh, wait, hang on. That's my fault. That's my fault.
Oh, no. John, hello.
Vacation.
Yes.
Yeah, John and Glenn.
Yes. Something we're all looking forward to, and Phil takes quite frequently. Vacation. There you go. Congratulations. The copy of Letters to Trump, the book, is yours, sir.
Thank you.
You got it, John. There he is. Thank you for John for listening and for playing.
He was very excited.
Yeah, it's like to get on the air, be the winner, and get the prize. Yeah. Get in, get out, and get on your way. All right, let's get to whatever's.
No, we have to break.
We're going to get to a break. We're going to take a break, and then we'll come back. Veteran Spotlight next?
Yes, sir.
All right, we've got our next veteran from the greatest generation, the last great generation, World War II. What a pleasure it was. The details and the stories coming up next, thanks to our friends at Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com.
It's so important to me as far as having a service that makes sure that my privacy is protected, which leads to my safety as well. If you want to keep your searches private and out of any data profiles, you need to use DuckDuckGo. They do not track you at all. That's what I love about them. Every time you search on DuckDuckGo, it's as if you've never been there before. And yes, their VPN and DuckDuckGo's Privacy Pro subscription service is very secure. That's why one of the many reasons I subscribe to Privacy Pro from DuckDuckGo. It is a 3-in-1 privacy subscription service, really helps protect your personal information. And that's so important to me. This is, a time when we, especially during the holiday season in the news, we hear about this, the hackers, the scammers, those privacy invasive companies. And so with Privacy Pro, DuckDuckGo's VPN secures your Wi-Fi connection anytime, anywhere, and they have identity theft restoration. So if your identity gets stolen, that's happened to me twice, DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro is going to help you actually restore it. That's what they help you do, which is amazing. Now, on desktop devices, Mac or Windows, whatever you use, I will tell you this. As somebody who's on the airwaves for years now, on TV and talk radio, DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro gives me such peace of mind. Nowadays, we're all public people, right? With social media, I just challenge you, search your name online. You may be shocked at how many sites are actually selling information about you. How creepy is that? Privacy Pro is going to help you remove your personal information from those creepy sites that I'm talking about so they cannot share it or sell it, God forbid. Get all of this for $9.99 a month. And as my listener, if you just go to DuckDuckGo.com/1210, you're going to get an exclusive 7-day free trial on me. DuckDuckGo.com/1210. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Shop Dell Technologies' Black Friday event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Black Friday is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
There's a price war in the insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call the Term Lifeline right now and see if you can save 40%. $500,000 plans and up, that's our specialty. Even great smokers' rates. Protect your family today. Call the Term Lifeline right now for a free quote. 866-549-TERM, 866-549-TERM, 866-549-TERM.
There's a chill in the air. You flip on the heat, and nothing. And why does it always happen right after you've finally gotten cozy? For as little as $13 a month, Oliver will keep your home's heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical systems in check year-round. And guess what? Membership also comes with yearly inspections, exclusive discounts on repairs and replacements, plus priority emergency service.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
Tom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, as we continue with our Talk Radio 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight. It is all brought to you by the great folks at Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. As right now we are joined by Hank Blazechik. Mr. Blazechik is a 97-year-old South Jersey, Philadelphia World War II veteran that grew up in Fishtown, Pennsylvania, and he's kind enough to give us some of his time this morning. Hank, how are we doing this morning? And happy Veterans Day to you. Thank you for all you've done.
Yes, thank you so much.
It's great to have you in. So let's talk a little bit about your great services to this country as you honorably served in World War II in the Navy, a combat aircrew aviation machinist, and achieved the rank of Seaman First Class. So tell us what led you down this path and what was your journey like once you embarked on this path?
Well, it's a rather interesting kind of a story because I enlisted in the Navy in January of my senior year in high school. So it's funny because I never actually graduated per se from high school, but I had enough credits because of my curriculum to get my diploma. Let me put it that way. And I always used to kid my grandchildren that I never graduated high school, and they said, "How did you become a principal?" I said, "I cheated," you know. So, but nonetheless, I enlisted early on, and in naval aviation. But combat aircrew, it's not a ranking kind of a thing. But we became aviation machinists. So my job was aviation machinist, but the backdrop was aerial gunner.
Understood.
Okay?
So you have a honorable discharge at the end of World War II, and then you pursue a career in education, not only going to Villanova, but also receiving a degree from Temple University. I'm a Temple grad myself, so we have that in common for sure. What was it like going from being in the armed forces to academia?
I don't know. There was an adjustment period early on because I didn't know where to go academically, and ultimately it ended up in special education. But it was just one of those things. I needed time to straighten myself out to find out really what I wanted to do, and I didn't know what I really wanted to do even after I graduated college, to be very candid. But the opportunity to teach, and here comes another story like you wouldn't believe.
I love stories.
But nevertheless, when I graduated with my degree in education, I was a second ed social studies teacher by certification. And when I applied for Philadelphia, my good buddy said, "Sign up for everything." So I did. And I was offered a position in teaching orthogenically backward children. Do you want to know what that's all about?
I would love to have an explanation. I have no idea. Please enlighten me.
Well, the kids knew what it was. OB, orthogenic backward, out of brains.
Oh.
They were special education students whose IQs were from 50 to 75, having trouble in schools with their academic learning. And it was my introduction to special education.
That's incredible. You end up becoming a principal at Widener Memorial School for over 2 decades. What was the I can't imagine what it's like in today's society to be a principal and be in charge of hundreds, if not a couple of thousand students. What was it like for you?
You have to understand the multiple changes in the Philadelphia and any educational system.
Yeah.
When I started Widener, it's interesting because in my first graduate, by the way, it was kindergarten through high school.
Mm-hmm.
And in my first graduating class, I had the last 2 post-polio victims from Philadelphia, believe it or not.
Wow.
They were the final 2 kids diagnosed with post-polio. And the bulk of the students then were different kinds of disabilities. Cerebral palsy was one of the big ones. But working with those kids was just absolutely incredible. But the the curriculum had some major changes with the staff that I had, which was brilliant. We changed from a lot of the academic programs into activities for daily living, and I can go into that for quite a while.
Boy, I tell you what, Mr. Blashik, I'm just so honored to chat with you because you've lived such a selfless life to help others. I mean, whether it's your military background or your education background, what a life well lived. And you've been in Runnymede, New Jersey for coming up on 7 decades. Your late wife, Mary, 5 children. I mean, at 97 years old, I mean, every day I would imagine when you look back on the life that you've lived, it's been quite the blessing, no?
Well, it's interesting because as I review some of the things that have transpired in my life, I think I was ordained for how I ended up.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And I could go back to, you want to hear a goofy one?
Yeah.
The first girl that I ever dated, when I took her home, she had 2 kids and 2 brothers in wheelchairs.
Oh, wow.
I ultimately found out that both of them had muscular dystrophy.
Okay.
And both of those 2 boys, this was my first really introduction to handicap.
Sure.
Both of those boys went to Widener way back when, and they both passed away before they were 14, 15 years old.
Wow.
And that was really my first introduction to really special kids.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Hank, thank you so much for sharing your story. Thank you for your service to this country and also into the education system, educating the youth of yesteryear. And God bless you. Hope to chat with you down the road again. Enjoy every day, sir.
I'm available as long as I can still speak and have my brains going.
Same here. That's a tough challenge for myself every day. I got to be honest. Thank you so much, Mr. Blashik.
Call me Hank.
All right, Hank. Take care. Thank you. You got it. There he is, Hank Blashik, joining us here on Kayal and Company for our 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight as we honor World War II veterans, all brought to you by the great folks at Window Nation. There you go, Hammer and Hank.
Wow.
How good was he?
By the way, 97 years old, could run circles around me.
And me, yes.
Like, oh my God.
Yep.
He was the most lucid 97-year-old I've ever heard.
It's unbelievable. These guys, amazing that these individuals still to this day, I mean, could probably, if they wanted to work, could probably do something right now.
I know.
Right?
It's true. And to hear these stories is just, that's why I'm so glad we're doing this, because hearing these stories is just like, it's so important for the next generation to hear what these guys went through. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of them left.
No.
Thank God there's guys like Hank that can tell their stories, because they need to be heard, because unfortunately a lot of the greatest generation is gone.
I agree. All right, on the other side, we'll come back, get to Today in Music History from Phil Almquist. He's back, he's live, he's in studio, and then we'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show, which starts 16 minutes from right now. Kayal and Company, back after this.
Got a shopping list a mile long but need to charge your EV? No problem. Now you can fill up your cart and your battery at the same time. With a convenient network of Shell recharge stations at some of your favorite shopping spots, you can get everything done in one trip. Shop for groceries, clothes, and more while your EV charges up. And never miss a beat. Shell Recharge. Download the Shell app today to find the nearest Shell Recharge location. For more information on locations and how Shell measures reliability, visit shell.us/Shell Recharge.
What do you call the NordVPN Black Friday deal, huh? The Block Friday deal. Because you block online threats. Black Friday, Block Friday. Get it? It's hilarious. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal and block online threats now. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic. Its Threat Protection Pro tool will defend you against web trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the special Black Friday deal at NordVPN.com and enjoy safer internet daily. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. And one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
What's on the menu for football season? Pork, of course. Get ready for game day with Hatfield and put some pork on your fork. Elevate your kickoff cuisine and halftime feast with Hatfield's winning lineup of marinated pork tenderloins, pork loin fillets, ground pork and sausage, bacon and ham. Whether you're the tailgate king or gridiron gourmet, Hatfield helps you savor the taste of victory. Visit simplyhatfield.com for play-by-play menu inspiration. Find your flavor with Hatfield.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
It's a great month to get a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. You'll be thankful because there's so many fabulous offers to take advantage of. Lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. Costco members save even more, up to $2,000 in additional rebates. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships really do matter.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Need new doors and windows, but not high-pressure sales tactics?
If so, give Emmons a call today. At Emmons, we provide top-notch installation service with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction with brands like Anderson and Provia Windows and Doors.
And you can upgrade your home today with our energy-efficient options, which help save you money.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Mustard.
It's Kayal and Company, 9:51. It is a Wednesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't forget, Politics and Pints tonight in media. Jimmy Fallon, Rich Zeoli.
Yeah.
That's going to be a good one.
I think there's only 20 tickets left. We unleashed 30. I think there's only 20 left. So if you haven't done so, 1210WPHT.com. And get your tickets now because we had to unleash them this morning, and I think they're close to gone. So
there you go.
Make sure you're doing it right
so
now.
Much fun. Yeah. Yes. All right, Dawn Show in about 8 minutes. We'll find out what she has on tap in a moment, as well as what happened in music history in a moment from Phil Almquist. But before we get to music, let's get to video, because Chris Forsyth, our buddy from South Philadelphia, who's been cocktailing since 7 o'clock this morning, is ready to confirm his Monday appearance. Chris, hello, buddy.
All right, let's go. What do we have here on the other phone? It says I've been watching for 3 hours and 40 minutes, so the whole show.
There you go.
Oh, Chris.
We call that a P1, by the way, buddy.
Good job,
so you are able to attend Monday when Jimmy Matthews will run the stairs in a Kayal and Company underwear? Is it 1210 or what are we doing?
No, I think it's just regular underwear.
What are we doing now?
I think he's going to run up the steps. I think he's going to run up the steps in boxer shorts, carrying some sort of a flag. Hopefully, if it's 1210 Kayal and Company, I'm not sure. Yeah. But it's going to be some sort of promotion.
Yes. And Chris, you are going to videotape this, right, and make a documentary out of it.
Yes, that is confirmed. I wanted to call in to confirm.
Awesome.
Cool.
8:30 on Monday.
What's up with the flag though? Because I want to bring that to Japan.
You're going to Japan?
When are you going to Japan?
April this year.
How are you getting there?
The United Airlines.
Are you coming back?
Yeah.
All right.
Make sure you watch us on YouTube. All right. We'll get you a flag.
Yeah.
We'll get you a flag.
Yeah, we'll get you a flask as well. Here's Chris Forsyth, everybody. I love Chris. Good guy. My kind of people.
Dawn is very sad right now.
Spend a Friday with Chris. I'm going to bring Chris out tonight on the town.
It's a good thing there's nothing else happening.
I agree. I agree. We got big things. We got big fish to fry. But before we fry the fish.
This is a radio show. It's trying to entertain.
It's time for Ferrari Phil, fresh from his trip back from Arizona. What do we have?
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, November 13th, we celebrate the birthdays of Aldo Nova, who's 68, Bill Gibson from Huey Lewis and the News, who's 73, and Roger Steen from the Tubes, who's now 75. We also lost Leon Russell on this day in 2016. Sings include I Want to Know What Love Is by Foreigner in 84. Bringing On the Heartbreak by Def Leppard here in the U.S. in 81. Downtown Train by Rod Stewart in 89. Little Red Rooster by the Stones in 64. And an old-fashioned love song by Three Dog Night in 1971. Albums include Strip by the Stones in 95. Slip of the Tongue by Whitesnake in 89. Them Crooked Vultures debut in 2009. And Power Up by AC/DC in 2020. Also in 82, Business As Usual by Men at Work was atop the U.S. album chart. In 76, A Song Remains the Same by Led Zeppelin is atop the UK album chart. In 2000, Elton John performed in front of 90,000 people in Mexico City. And in 68, the Beatles' Yellow Submarine film premiered in New York. But lastly, now I'll be the first to tell you my football team stinks because they clearly do right now.
Can confirm.
But let's review a few things that I did this weekend that I can't do at MetLife Stadium. And we'll continue to visit cities around the country. First, I can't take a Sedona Jeep tour at MetLife Stadium. Can't do it. Also can't see the world's only museum of musical instruments because it's based in Phoenix, not East Rutherford. I also can't see any meteor craters around here, although maybe, after all the Democrats have been complaining and whatnot, maybe, who knows. Yep. And I definitely can't stand on a corner in Winslow, Arizona, per the song Take It Easy by the Eagles. For Kayal Company. I'm Phil Lofquist, and I'm back.
He's back. Back and better than ever, and so is the Dawn Show. 5 minutes from now, what do we have lined up top of the hour?
Yes, so there is breaking news right now. We will bring you an update right off the top with, the latest on Casey v. McCormick. Will they do a recount? Are they close to that? Will Casey concede? No, he's not conceding, but will there be a recount? What's going on with Pennsylvania and the counting and protectthevote.com? So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about Trump in D.C. That is all going on. Our friend Jeff Bartos, he'll be back, talk about the Pete Hegseth, Fox News appointment, the cabinet pick, and what he thinks is going on with the transition team. We've also reached out to Alina Habba again, so hopefully she'll join me in the 11 o'clock hour. There is so much breaking and so much developing. I can't wait to talk about all of it.
All right, looking forward to that. I've been reaching out to Alina Habba, too. She's sadly hasn't responded, but that's a different problem.
Maybe her husband and kids will respond.
Nancy Pelosi said on August 7th, "My goal in life was that man would never step in the White House again." On November 13th, Donald Trump is about to step foot in the Oval Office again. So we'll leave you with that. Stay tuned. Dawn is up next, and we are back tomorrow morning at 6. If you're out at Politics and Pints tonight, enjoy Jimmy Fallon and Rich Scioli. And on that note, we will see you tomorrow morning.
Why would you even cover that?
Do you have shoeboxes full of old videotapes and photos with memories you'd love to share with the family this Christmas? Right now, get exclusive early access to Legacy Box's biggest deal of the year. Digitize your memories for just $9 per tape. That's right, only $9 to preserve and share your precious moments. VHS, VHS-C, Hi8, film reels, and more, saving you over $15 per item. Not to mention, when you digitize your memories now, Legacy Box sends all your memories back on the cloud, so they're easy to access by Christmas, and you can relive them with your family just in time for the holidays. You've heard about Legacy Box all year, but now is the best time to digitize your memories. Hurry, this $9 deal won't last long. Head to legacybox.com/value for early access to our best deal of the year. Don't wait. Secure your digitized memories by Christmas at legacybox.com/value.
Bob's Little Sports Shop, Delsey Drive in Glassboro, is your one-stop shop for firearms and firearms